last time in Renascence, you guys were ready at this point to finally take on the big task of freeing Burberry from his curse, this affliction of his inflicted by the god Koran that has split him in two.
Twain.
In twain, sure. We saw you guys travel to Hallowell, the seat of the Eastern Diocese of the Syncretic Conclave, and touch base with Cardinal Tyrion, who was happy to see you arrive and more than ready to set you guys up. Just give him a day, he asked, and he would have a ritual prepared to assist you in this endeavor. And
can I ask a way too late question?
About how expensive does this ritual look?
It's definitely up there.
We actually have the exact price because I asked for it a long time ago. I think it was like 1,500 gold.
Was it just 1,500?
It was like 1,500 worth of rubies or something. I don't remember. It was not a ton.
In other words, it was a lot, but less than you'd think.
Yeah, exactly.
I may have misquoted you.
The only reason I remember is just because last time we talked about it, I was like, "Oh, we're gonna go questing. Do you need us to get any components for this?" And he's like, it's not a ton of components. It's just expensive or something like that. And I said, "Okay, well, what do you need?" And then you said, "I'll message you later." And then you did, and it was not that much. It was like 1,500 gold worth of rubies or something.
Okay. I may have misquoted the price, but it looks on the pricier side. Like I said, there's powdered gemstones composed the sort of runic circle that was sort of the site of the ritual, and each of you had been given this like silver tablet and a small like finely carved ruby. That was, held against you as you cast, or as the spell was cast around you.
Each ruby was carved in the face of your likeness.
More just a finely cut gemstone. To get back on track, it looks pricey. Given that there were 6 of you, sanctified incense and ruby just worth 2,000 gold pieces. Oh shit.
That's all you said.
All right.
Not that it matters.
Well, we'll just say that was a per person then, if we want to fucking soft retcon. To get back on track, the ritual was assembled over the course of the rest of that day. You guys met with Tyrion and the other senior faculty of the East Diocese the following morning. And what followed was what they referred to as a sort of inverted astral projection, this rite of heraldic binding. Each of you lay in a smaller circle along the perimeter of the larger ritual circle. Burberry lay in the center. And over the course of an hour, in a room choked with incense, you laid and listened to the sounds of rhythmic incantation and prayer, and felt yourselves transitioning into an unfamiliar space. And stepping out of the haze, found yourself standing in this landscape, alien in its appearance, seemingly composed entirely of light. The ground white, distant mountains white, this beam shooting up through the silvery sky, a blinding light. But not so bright around you, at least, that the terrain and your own forms, that you could make out your contour, you could make out yourselves. You could see enough to know that this is definitely not anywhere on the Emerald Coast that you've ever seen before. And as you began to explore this place, you were attacked by a group of creatures in the guise of wolves. Strange apparitions, manifestations of Burberry's psyche. And after fending them off, while you guys were recuperating, you were approached by a very familiar face. A perfect duplicate of Noelle. Walked out from around a hill and found your party and very quickly made herself at home, welcoming you to Burberry's soulscape. And without waiting too long, kind of just launched into it. She had apparently been paying enough attention to what was happening outside as you were making your own preparations in the real world, that she had enough to go on in here to start kind of poking around and seeing what she could divine, if anything, to try and help. And she had a few theories for you, a few ideas, pitches of plans. The rite of heraldic binding is a ritual that will get you into a person's soul. And from there, the idea is that somehow, some way, unclear how exactly, the spell can't do this for you, you have to do the legwork. The idea is to close off Burberry's third eye, his locus, this portal in the center of his soulscape through which spiritual energy is pouring into the ether. It's because of this that Koron is here in the first place, and if you were to shut it off, in theory, he would have no reason to stick around and would, in time, retreat in search of a more fruitful pasture. To do that, you have some options. You could attempt to confront Koron directly. Probably won't go well. By Fowell's account, it has not gone well in all the times that she and the other archetypes in Burberry's psyche have attempted to force it out. You could try and plug it up, in theory, from the outside. She briefly mentioned the possibility of heading up to what it turned out was actually Burr's psyche. This small moon that is effectively orbiting and gouging into the surface of the landscape that you are currently standing on, or were standing on, which Fowell told you was actually Barry. In theory, you could try and take control of Burr in some fashion and force it into the oculus, into the eye, and close it off that way. Or you could get down deeper into Burberry's soul, head down through the psyche into his memory, and try to take control of the realm down there to constrict the flow of his spirit into the ether. All of it, obviously, conjecture, and not something that she has a lot of experience in, but having seen Burberry himself actually manipulating the space up here, it seemed plausible. So that was her pitch. And the real Noelle came up with the brilliant idea to try teleporting down directly to the memory, using a shared memory of her and Burberry's as her focal point, her target. And you guys decided it might be to the best effect if you guys aim for the memory of the day you two met. So focusing on that, keeping that image fixed in your head, that time, that place, those feelings, you gathered everyone around and teleported your group and found yourself standing in the town square of Aelia in front of a pair of children, one small blonde girl and one little red dragon boy. And after watching the scene play out for a moment, you guys turned and sort of retreated from the focus of this memory into the dark that kind of surrounded it, the haze of unawareness. and eventually pushed out into a bizarre scene. The wider environment of Burberry's memory, this long, singular path of twisting, undulating, almost crystalline water that is arcing and twisting and winding its way through a space filled with this blazing white light. Brighter below you than it is above, and overhead, a solid cloud bank that just stretches into infinity in every direction. And we are basically going to pick up there. You have been projecting yourself into Burberry's soul for an indeterminate amount of time. It's presumably still the 58th, as far as you guys know, of the month. Are there any questions you guys have before we get back to it and yield the floor? All right, I'm seeing nothing. So, to set the scene in, you guys are now standing on the surface of this path. It is sort of like a flowing, frozen river almost that is just, like I said, arcing and twisting and winding its way in every direction. It honestly, it fills the space when you look around you. Like, it is just cascading in every direction. It's a singular path, and if you were to follow it, I mean, you can see it is going to be a long walk one way or the other. There is a point in the distance that you can see where it joins up with the cloud bank overhead. But at a glance looking around, you don't necessarily see the other end of it. And looking down past your feet through the surface of this river, you can still kind of make out this sort of hazy visual of that city square and those two kids kind of playing out below you inside the memory.
Well, I feel like we should probably ask Burberry what he thinks we should start with. Maybe his time in the Conclave, or the night that Koron made connection with him for the first time, something like that.
Be an excellent place to start, considering that is the first interaction that I've had with extra plane or anything. Though I'm not sure.
And he kind of looks out, like it's like he's trying to see further. And he comments,
if we're going to be taking a hold of a power stream, wouldn't it be... should we go down to the source, or is that not the best idea?
Well, other Noel seemed to indicate that we might be able to do that from here. And I think we were advised to not directly go into the core.
You were definitely warned about that.
We be all lost to your conscious space or something.
Well, I mean, I know that you can't go in there, but could I?
I don't see why not, I guess. I would feel better if I asked Cardinal Tarian first, but that's easy enough to do. Is there any sense of gravity in here? Like, if someone jumped off of the edge of this river, would they fall to the core? Or can we just fly around?
Currently, you are standing on the river. Do you want to try jumping?
Sure, I'll jump.
Okay. You jump, and your feet leave the surface of the river, and then after a couple seconds, they fall back down.
Okay. I guess everything feels pretty normal.
I don't know. That seems like moon gravity. If you jump for or if you stay hovering for a couple seconds.
Maybe we'll have some ups, alright? I don't know.
6 foot vertical.
That's a strength score. Fucking 22.
It would be nice if we could talk to other Noelle, because she seemed to have a better understanding of how to do this, but...
Okay, dumb idea. Can I summon Noelle or Foel by thinking about her really, really hard?
Give me a charisma check.
No. It's not bad. It's just a 9, but I don't think that's gonna be enough now.
With a 9, yeah, I think you can picture her, and I'll say this: there is a moment as you kind of hold her in your mind's eye where you're focusing, you're trying to pull on her, and completely unprompted, the mental image actually like kind of looks up and almost seems to acknowledge you before you just kind of like lose focus and realize this is not working.
Okay, alright, other technique, because my brain is big, weird, warpy now, don't mind me none. If I cast message, since technically we're all in the same space, could I message her?
You could try.
I'll do that. Because message is a cantrip.
This cantrip.
I will lose nothing if it fails. Do you want me to roll a charisma again, or?
I mean, if you're trying to like force it like out to her, I'll say, yeah, give me another charisma check.
12.
12. Okay. And again, you try and picture her in your mind and really hold to the fact that this being, this Noelle, is you. It's just you. It is your mental image of Noelle. And so you message her. What do you say?
Well, I'm sorry. I know that the basic idea was what exact question did you want to know?
I feel like it's like, where do we start? What was your thought on where to begin with the memories?
Okay. I'll ask that.
Okay.
I will say I will put in front of it, since I do have a few words. We made it successfully.
Okay. And thinking hard, you cast this spell, you send this message, and it's almost like listening to your own voice through somebody else's Discord mic. There's the delay as you hear your own voice in your head, relaying what you're saying to yourself.
Oh, that's the worst. Do I really sound that tinny?
We can get you a better mic, Burberry.
And with a 12, you actually hear her voice in your head, unprompted. Answer. Oh, good. Be careful. I would say closer to the locus, the less work it will be to move it yourself. Recent memories are good for that. And memories strongly tied to your spirituality.
Oh, we're about to go into a lot of libraries.
Anything that specifically jumps to mind? We are far back in your past right now, so something that's in this realm would probably be better, but I suppose we can trek all the way to the front too, if you need to.
Well, I guess we could go to where I first started learning anything about faith? Whenever I was told about the gods the first time, you know, when I found things were bigger than me.
Okay. That seems like a good place to start. Anything we should look out for, timing-wise, as we walk down this river?
Oh god, we're gonna have to go to my teen years.
Can close our eyes for that part.
I should rephrase. Our final destination is my teen years.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm glad we all know each other very well.
Oh, I hope you don't regret that statement.
I think we'll be okay. I guess we'll go to Burberry's teen years or start heading that way. It's only one way, I assume.
I mean, it's either forward or back.
Yeah,
So,
forward it is.
Forward, yeah.
so how old was Burberry when you guys first met?
For what it's worth, Noelle was between 13 and 14. I always had it written down as.
Okay, I think Burberry is a hair younger than Noelle.
Noelle.
So I don't.
Yeah, Burberry's probably a little younger than Noelle. Noelle's kind of old. She's an old bird.
Say that about yourself.
Noelle is 28 years old, or 15 in Virgo's years.
Oh, we're both 28. Fuck.
Oh, so
Okay.
you're in the teen years.
No, but we're at the beginning of teen years, so I haven't started having any weird puberty things.
Technically a teen.
Technically a teen. Okay, so we'll probably go for like I want to say 3 years maybe.
Okay.
And I don't know if y'all are paying attention to memories or not, but
Oh, hell yeah.
oh no.
Oh, Lauren's got popcorn. I don't know where she got it, but she's got it.
Yeah, she just like put it into theory and she just has like this big bucket.
She just filled a bag of holding with popcorn before we came down here.
Just watching the floor.
Okay, y'all are gonna see Burberry do some, you know how those teen years where you go through all those phases, right?
Sure.
Oh, this is my favorite phase right here.
Oh, Goth Burberry.
Goth Burberry.
It looks really cool.
It does.
I don't think he had quite an eyeliner phase, but he definitely had the I'm getting way too into 3-card Dragon Ante.
Okay, sure.
He had his card shop
Yeah, I was
phase.
gonna say card shop.
And he probably also, like, at one point tried painting his horns.
Oh, that's cute.
And I think he would go with, because it makes him look more like fire, like, so the horns go from, like, the really dark color to, like, bright yellow.
Of course.
Because, you know, it's cool, right? Fire's cool. We're leading our heritage and shit.
So he definitely was wearing a black button-up shirt with flame print.
No, that's what the horns are for.
Fair enough.
But he did spend more time, like, sharpening his claws. 'Cause, you know, there's that.
Everybody's got, you know, moments
Burberry
in
was
their
the-
past.
Burberry was a little scene kid.
Yeah. He also had, like, an art phase, which is probably why he has any, like, skill with it whatsoever. And you know how all the art people know how it is. You see a really old artwork and you're like, oh god.
How do I do that?
Yeah, that's Burberry right now. Like,
Sure.
for a year.
Sure.
Please don't look at that. Oh, that's so bad.
And how far from the time that Burberry and Noelle met did Burberry meet the figure that introduced him to the wider cosmos?
2 to 3 years. So I'm gonna say he was probably like 16, 17. Like, just at that age where you start thinking that you need to leave the house, or you need to
Sure.
go out and strike up and, you know, be your own person.
Sure. Cool. So I guess then you guys are walking for about 3 years.
Okay.
Um,
And we're dead.
Man, my feet are killing me.
Wow.
it goes faster than you would expect. As you're walking and kind of watching the river, there's definitely portions of Burberry's memories that kind of blend together. It's sort of like watching like a montage on fast forward, and the detail's very indistinct. It's very hazy. There are certain patterns you begin to pick up on. There are like periods of weeks or months probably where you kind of watch, every morning starts with the exact same breakfast scene, and it's, it kind of looks like all of these meals have sort of blended into a single memory of a meal.
Right.
That just keeps replaying.
To answer a question from a previous session, yes, Burberry really does like Switsickles.
Yeah, they go back to Tharja for a period of time, and it's just nonstop with the Squitsickles.
They look good.
I think you would also notice that as you're walking, during these hazy, indistinct periods of memory where things are blending together and kind of just rushing forward, the pathway itself seems to sort of contract and narrow. And there are decent stretches of this walk where you guys are literally just going single file along maybe like a 5 foot wide, maybe 4 feet wide stretch of this winding path. And then there are more distinct memories where the path widens substantially compared to that. And you can see much more clearly, much more detailed what's happening in there. There's a drawing of Burberry's from his youth that he cherished, he treasured, he was very, very proud of. You can tell he's like really admiring it as he's finishing it. And that memory is lingering longer than you would expect it to as you're walking and watching through the surface of the river. There's memories of rides and wagons. A lot of those that kind of blend together. There's memories of extended voyages on a ship. As you guys reach Tharja, Burberry would be able to explain that. As you guys watch him kind of like standing at the prow of a ship and watching through like kind of just very like fine snow that's kind of falling over the ship as it sails forward, and then there's this sort of distant, misty mountainscape on the horizon that's growing larger and larger. It's in this place, I think, that Burberry, you would recognize a familiar figure in dark, clean robes, a heavy cloak, chain around their neck, and a silver draconic mask kind of covering their face. And you would see yourself approaching them in this memory. I think noteworthy to everyone watching, the path is significantly widened at this point. You're standing in what feels like a plaza almost in the middle of this walkway.
Okay. Just to, because I assume that would take a little while to get this far. In the interim, I think Noel probably would have sending to Cardinal Tarian.
Okay.
Just to check in. I would say something to the effect of we found our way to Burberry's memories. We have some plans. We know we should avoid the core of the soul. But should Burberry as well? That's all. I can't fit anymore.
Tarian's reply would definitely sound cautioning in its tone. Are you familiar with a Klein bottle?
Don't ask me a question.
If you are, that would be what Burberry would effectively do to himself if he were to head that direction. I would not advise it.
Burberry, Cardinal Tarian says you would be a Klein bottle if you jilted your soul.
No, you don't want that. No.
No. Sounds like some kind of weird self-impalement thing.
I just thought I was going to become incredibly vain or something.
Well, that could be true too. You never know. Is this one relevant, Burberry? This is a really wide stretch of road, and that guy looks pretty important.
Yes. That's actually, Father Platino. He's
Nice.
the one that told me about the legend of the dragons initially. Well, beyond what beyond the common knowledge. That kind of opened up into a whole entire world of, gods, lords, connections, planes. It was very exciting.
Right. Okay, well, should we dive in and see what we see?
I am about to be making some very embarrassing faces. I'm just warning you ahead of time.
We've been walking through your teen years for hours, Burberry.
I know. God, I can't believe you said that.
Yeah, well, I'd say we're probably past the worst of it.
I'm just glad that I stopped using that. I'm trying to think of like a joke. I'm just glad I finished my swag phase. I'm glad that's over. Like.
Saying it a lot.
Like constantly.
Well, I don't know how we get into this. I assume we crawled out of the river at some point when we were in that memory.
Yeah. And you literally kind of pressed up against the surface of it and found yourself sort of stepping out of it.
Okay.
When you hit the edge.
Well, I'll try to go down, lean down, put a hand in, see if we can push through.
And as you do, at first, it's solid to the touch, but at the first sign of intent, you feel the hard surface of this frozen, crystalline waterway seems to melt, and wrapping your hands in this viscous water, and you begin to sink. Your body begins to reorient as you do. You watch as Noelle just kind of almost dives forward, it seems, and vanishes into the surface of this memory.
Like a duck.
And Noelle, you find yourself stepping onto solid darkness beneath your feet, and up ahead, a very clear, bright, shining memory. This scene of a wintry marketplace in a coastal town. Mountains visible over the treetops and the rooftops closer at hand. And not too unlike your own meeting with Burberry, you see him, and you see this elder-robed, masked priest, Father Platino, standing not too terribly far away from his parents' market stall.
Burberry's face is absolutely dumbstruck. And he was right, it is very embarrassing.
I think it's adorable.
Everyone else, I assume, is standing watching the memory? What are we doing? Is everybody following Noelle?
I'm watching.
All right. So Lauren and Burberry.
I got popcorn shrimp.
Oh no.
Burberry raises his gun.
Lauren and Barnaby are just standing watching on the surface then. Or are you following inside?
Do you want us to follow you? Or should we wait out here?
Like
Very, very muffled. Yeah, you hear something behind you. And if you look, just like there's a faint bit of light. It's kind of like looking up through water at like a frozen surface. And you can kind of see the others like standing perpendicular to you, looking down at you.
I feel like Lauren would be like, set down her popcorn, or she'd hand her popcorn bucket to Adlar and be like, hold this for me. And she'll just like put her head through. Do you want me to come with you?
So Lauren's head pop into the memory.
Just, yeah. There is now like this rippling effect emanating out from the point of contact.
I mean, I'm just investigating, but I feel like this was one of the places to start, right? I'm not sure what we're trying to do yet, though.
Yes, well, this is initial meeting. I would say probably the actual teaching is maybe in a week or two, maybe slightly further.
Oh, okay. Well, we can skip ahead to that.
Oh, thank God.
Did something embarrassing happen here?
Oh, his face. Look at his face.
Oh,
And you hear the teenage Burberry go,
Really?
Adorable. I will swim back out.
Okay. And you take a couple of steps, and eventually you find yourself pressing against the surface again, push, and again you right yourself, stepping out of the memory and back amongst the rest of the party.
Yeah, Lauren would pull her face out and be like, that was weird.
So like over the next couple of days / memories, you see Burberry like thinking a lot, like sitting in weird spots or doing activities without actually paying attention to what he's doing, like zoned out. And then having a really like what looks like a really serious conversation between him and his parents. And then a really serious conversation between him and the guy in the mask. Before packing his bags and leaving with this guy.
Wow.
Yeah. Home for all of 2 weeks, and then he's back on a ship.
I didn't want to miss.
And yeah, so basically, and then the lessons start.
Okay. Well, let's take a moment to listen in on those, I suppose. Oh.
He looks livid.
Cute kitty.
I have to torture him. Torture me less.
So like Burberry will probably try and save time by like sticking his head in first and like listening for 2 seconds. No, not yet, not yet. And then finally he's like, this one. And the first thing that comes out of Burberry's mouth whenever you step into the memory is,
So there's gods beyond the ones that we know?
Okay.
And you would hear Platnose replying, this sagely but somewhat gravelly voice. Yes, there are multitudes in the heavens. Every star in the sky might as well be the realm, another heavenly realm, of some great being beyond our king. They are as countless as the material worlds on which our kind live.
and that probably goes into like, and I'm sorry, I'm
Spirals.
kind of, yeah, like because you can see like the cogs going in Burberry's head, like,
Yeah.
And he starts broaching the like idea of infinitude and so on and so forth, and then and again, y'all have seen this before. He gets excited like this way whenever he sees a god that like he has not recognized before.
Mhm.
If the gods have been forever, what happens when they're forgotten?
And he gets that like y'all kind of seen it on it's really weird because like it's on a dragonborn's face and not like the softer flesh of a kobold's face.
Sure.
But it's like that look of like excitement, and it's that stupid smile that you get when you think you've figured out a puzzle.
Mm.
Okay.
And Platino's answer comes. It's like, well, when a god is truly forgotten, when there are none who live from whom that god can claim worship, reverence, or even semblance of virtue, in that moment, a god is truly and forever dead. But it is an uncommon thing in our experience. There is, as I've said, an infinitude of worlds of mortal kind, and our spirits, even without direct homage, sustain them. We believe things. We act on those beliefs. And those virtues and vices that we embody every day of our lives, those give life to the beings above. If a god is dying, if their flock has withered, if their name has receded into history, they are wont to grow desperate. They may lash out, they may attempt to lay claim to the souls of those to whom they have no proper right. A dying god is a dangerous thing, Burberry. Make no mistake, and there are a great many out there who are dying. We are lucky here in Vagos. For some centuries now, our people have lived in safety under the care of the new Pantheon. And while the great Lord Bahamut still, I'm sure, holds us close to his heart in his own realm, what we do know is that it is very far away. And the gods who are here, they are protecting us from a great many things that are also closer than we might be comfortable with. Not every god is good, Burberry.
Adult Burberry speaks now, and they fall quiet, and Burberry is, I think Burberry is like actually reading Conclave, like a Conclave book.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And Adult Burberry comments and says,
I remember this moment. I remember thinking to myself, I would be grabbing for a lifeboat too if it presented itself. And are we really damning all the bad ones just because, or all the good ones just because we are afraid we might see a bad one? I had no idea what I was thinking.
Does this mean that Koron was a dying god?
I have a question for the DM.
Yeah.
Would he have presented himself as such?
Absolutely not.
Then Burberry would have said, no, he
I only ask because his move seems one of desperation, that's all. And that's what Father Platino seemed to indicate.
From my understanding,
Can you roll an insight check on a god?
You can try.
Okay.
He just reeks
what?
of
No.
insecurity.
Historically accurate. I rolled a nat 1.
Well,
no. Koron definitely had followers, but I think it was more of a. He seemed kinder than he was. I thought he was kind.
so he was manipulative.
Not. I should probably not think too hard about him in this moment.
Okay.
Else I might summon him, and I don't want to do that.
I hope it's not that easy.
I
yeah.
worked really hard to try and summon Noelle, and she could see whenever I was like thinking or trying to get her attention. I don't want to try that particular.
Sure.
Well, I think Noelle would have her suspicions, if nothing else. This is interesting, but I don't know if we're any closer to what we need to be doing here.
Suppose we could try the moment that Koron first met me.
Sure. Give that a shot.
I didn't meet Koron, you see. Koron met me.
Koron found you.
Sure.
Okay, so you're about to fast forward through like a lot of schooling.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, this portion of the pathway is probably fairly consistently nice and wide. I feel like you probably retained a lot of this, Burberry, honestly, as interested as you are in this. I feel like this was probably formative time.
Burberry does have a propensity for taking notes, which would help.
Yeah. Well, and I think before they actually like arrived at the conclave, because I know that the conclave has a bunch of different branches, so I think that there was like a bit of learning on the way. And as the timeline kind of figures out, for the amount of time that Burberry was like split versus how long the party has been going versus everything else, I think instead of going straight to the conclave school, Father Platino actually like walked Burberry like through a lot of different concave branches, different Platinum Brotherhood branches. Like I think there was like a decent amount of traveling, kind of like having an assistant or apprentice ahead of actual becoming the thing. So I think that Burberry kind of served as a second, like helped him out.
Sure.
I like a page.
Yeah, like a page for a while, and that's probably also how he learned how to like hardcore research into stuff, because he wasn't immediately thrown into schooling.
I think you guys would watch as Burberry's ship, after leaving home, would have docked in the capital, and you would watch as they disembarked into this massive city, towering buildings that seems to kind of like run along this like crescent slope, like the interior of a crater almost. It's like half sunk into the sea. Massive like island in the center of the harbor with more towers rising out of it. Tons of ships all over this place, and from there you would see them embark on this long meandering cross country pilgrimage.
I am also going to change my timeline. While I have the opportunity, I'm going to change my timeline just a little bit.
Okay.
I'm going to say, I'm going to say Burberry met Father Platino, and then Father Platino left for a while, and then came back, and then that whole thing happened.
Okay.
Like, just to add in a couple of years in there.
Sure. Stretch things out a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. So they would have been traveling for a few years, and you guys would watch as they kind of meandered through Lythor and this sort of ongoing one-on-one tutelage is going on. And eventually, Burberry would make his way to the Emerald Coast, to the city of, I think it was Handalar, we decided, right? And he would enroll in the seminary there, and you would watch as, you know, he started his first year of classes, and he started getting his acquaintance, like actual formal education in the structure of the church and the three kind of branches of its organization. You would see him begin to learn about each of the individual 16 gods of the new pantheon. You would learn about the various missions that the priests take on as, you know, agents of this pantheon in Vergos, and what that means to each of those temples. And it's a lot. It is a lot of information. Enough to make anyone's eyes glaze over. But Burberry soaked this shit up, probably.
The path kind of wobbles a bit depending on what the teachers are talking about, because he's had all this one-on-one, he actually knows some of the knowledge already. So he probably tunes out the stuff he knows, and then the path gets narrow because it's just like, oh yeah, no, I was there, yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, fair. I will say, though, as you have been following the path, you are cognizant around you that there is this kind of gentle thrumming in the air. You kind of feel yourselves vibrating ever so slightly as you continue forward, and like hour by hour, that force in the air seems to grow. And I think Lauren and Noelle would probably notice that's not too terribly far away, although you've still got a decent ways to walk. You can actually make out overhead that there is a break in this opaque cloud bank that is just blanketing the space overhead. It's almost like the eye of a hurricane, this massive funnel that just arcs even further upward, deeper into the clouds. And, you know, the embankment is kind of swirling around that funnel ever so slightly, and you can see the light from below does seem to kind of peak beneath it, as though it is being like siphoned upwards. And as it does, there is something, a connection you make, kind of clocking this movement and this thrumming sensation, that these two are connected. And I don't think it's much to extrapolate that you are probably looking at the bottom of the locus.
Interesting.
And you can watch as the pathway that you're on, you can kind of follow it up ahead, and you can see it actually twisting and beginning to kind of arc very, very close towards that peak in the light.
Maybe we should start heading for that area?
Yeah, probably.
That's where things start getting very close to it. We'll keep going until we get there.
Okay. I'll say, as you walk, and you can kind of keep looking around, you can see that the pathway seems to kind of like circle and spiral around that area beneath the funnel for a while before it shoots back out into the space around it, and continues in that kind of wild, twisting, arcing motion that you've been following this whole time. There are a few more portions as you're getting close. You can kind of look up and see that there's like 2 or 3 more areas overhead where it seems to kind of...
Could you mute for a little bit?
Oh.
Doubling.
Thank
you.
There are a couple more places where you can see the pathway closing in on that peak in the light. circling underneath that funnel. And you can also see that the point where the path connects with the cloud bank and kind of disappears inside of it is also not too terribly far away from the funnel itself. It's getting congested in this area, I'll say. You're starting to see that there does seem to be like a lot of memory wrapped up in this area. And as much as it kind of bends outward and away from time to time, it always seems to circle back eventually.
Okay.
So, carrying forward, you guys watch as the years pass by underfoot and Burberry's schooling continues. Where are we walking, Burberry?
Okay. I think y'all start noticing, like, again, since we have two people eating popcorn equivalents of
Popcorn shrimp, thank you.
As I said, popcorn equivalents.
Just clarifying for the rest.
Burberry starts Burberry starts spending like time in the library outside of classes, like digging around old tomes and stuff like that. And at one point, he's lying on the floor, looking under the shelf and going, "What's that?" And reaching for a very, very dusty-looking, thin pamphlet of a book.
Interesting.
And when I say pamphlet, I don't mean, like, obviously, like, 10 pages. I mean, there is probably about maybe 30, 40 pages in it, but she thin, she not a big book. She fall down the back of the bookshelf real easy.
Right. Gotcha.
And sits and starts reading about a god named Corin.
Okay.
I'll give you the wheels on that one, Blood.
I mean, the scene itself is not terribly remarkable to watch, but just the context of where you're standing as you look around, you are standing in another massive plaza of memory. And as you look at it, there is this odd phenomenon you can kind of see in the surface. There's this odd kind of repeating pattern of almost like rings, like you're looking at tree growth, on a stump, that have sort of emanated out from this central point. As though this memory has been revisited and built upon over and over and over and over.
Right.
And you watch as Burberry flips through what is maybe a 12-page, like, single piece of paper, little folded pamphlet of a book. Written in a language most of you probably don't recognize. Burberry can read Celestial, but he flips through it, and there's a couple of illustrations in kind of a rough, shaky hand of this figure. Abstracted, almost cartoonish. Kind of a fiery head of hair, dark eyes, and a sword in hand. Their heart beat red on their chest at all times. And over the course of the pamphlet, the illustrations that accompany the texts paint the picture of a heroic but solitary divine figure. And I think you might be able to see a bit of sympathy, empathy, visible in Burberry's expression as he continues to read.
How close are we to the funnel in this memory? I assume we're getting closer.
You are kind of at the bottom of a spiral that is beginning to kind of like circle it.
This is kind of where it started.
Yeah. And I'm curious, Burberry, what happened after you finished reading the pamphlet?
So I think he'd like trace his hand over the book and be like, so he'd have a kind of complex look on his face, and the adult Burberry would say, "At this point, I'm debating on why we would let good gods go."
I can see that. Did the pamphlet really not specify anything about his true nature?
Well, if it did, it'd be a really awful pamphlet. You never go to the gods knowing that they are wrathful unless your heart is wrathful. If you're trying to spread the word to make people want to believe in it, wouldn't you want to put your best face forward too?
I suppose, but just thinking out loud, I mean, any god that the Conclave contacts is going to want to present the most trustworthy face they can. I guess I'm just surprised that stuff like this doesn't happen more often. If gods can just lie about it and immediately cause so many problems like this one has.
Well, there's a reason that it was a dusty book at the bottom of a shelf. The Conclave doesn't always attempt to hide such gods, but they're certainly not going to advertise them. And unlike me, apparently, most people are not as inclined to look. Sorry. Open a drink.
I think it's possible that some of you might retain from your watching some of these memories. There would have been numerous classes held at the observatory in Handalar, the Divine Observatory, or Orrery, as they were generally called in the Conclave, held by a senior arcanist for the Court of Stars, which is sort of the branch of the Conclave responsible for celestial outreach, we'll say, right? There's definitely a repeating motif in those memories of caution,
right,
of treading lightly and moving slowly when it comes to finding and contacting and communing with unknown celestial beings.
Out of curiosity, as Burberry looks over the book, from maybe an enthusiastic younger perspective, are there things in the pages that we as adults can look back on and think, oh, that's kind of a red flag?
In the memories?
Well, he's looking through the book with Koron's, whoever contacted Koron first and determined that wasn't worth pursuing.
Mm-hmm.
Ostensibly, there would have been notes and things about their interactions to some degree, or like what he represented, and Burberry was young, enthusiastic, and looking for reasons to reach out to people.
I think
would we have seen, in those pages as we were watching him read, like, oh yeah. I
think the only real note in the pamphlet, because it wouldn't be a big pamphlet, right? It's a little one.
Well, it is a book, but
Burberry said pamphlet.
I said pamphlet of a book.
Pamphlet.
All
right.
It's a book.
Story.
It's a short book.
All right, short book. I think there's maybe like a paragraph in the back of the book that Burberry would have seen. A very short, terse paragraph that's like, it's got somebody's signature underneath it. It's fucking illegible. But in common, it would have said something to the effect of, communed on or discovered on such and such date. Based on this text, brief contact made, no communion. Entity seems volatile, unreliable. Poor candidate for conjunction.
I actually have an idea about the why Burberry would have thought this was a good idea, despite the very clear note in the back, which is the book is a surprising amount of fear mongering. Like you know the tone, like this person's trying just a little too hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I think that the book, like if you actually did take time to sit down and read it, would kind of be in that vein. Like it's too good to be true.
Mm.
The way Koran presented themselves was kind of too good to be true.
Yeah.
Like over enthusiastic.
Yeah, like the first time you get scammed.
Right.
Sure.
I'm the god of giving everyone 1,000 gold. Please commune with me.
Well, more like presents themselves as strong to the point that you wonder, well, if you're so strong, then why do you have to tell me?
Yeah. I feel like a strong person wouldn't have to keep saying that they're super strong.
Yeah, it's
sure.
Oh yeah, no, I'm very humble.
Yeah.
Like,
but that's like not something that Burberry immediately picked up on.
No, that was very much a hard lesson.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I mean, the boy met a cleric once, and then 2 years later decided to turn his life upside down. Like,
yeah.
Clerics are cool.
Yeah, sometimes you just find your place in the world.
Your niche.
Well, that is informative, honestly. I'm gonna be completely honest, I still am really not sure where we're going with this. I'm trying to figure out... There is a physical element to this space. We are here looking at this funnel, which we are ostensibly supposed to be plugging or finding a way to constrict. But I don't know how these memories affect it.
Can we interact with objects in the memories?
I mean, so far you haven't, but that's not to say that you couldn't try.
Can we pick a memory that you like wouldn't be upset if we fucked it up a little bit and see if we can fiddle with things?
Well, I was thinking about going back and shoving the book that I picked up further beneath the shelf so I couldn't reach it anymore.
Just fucking get rid of that shit.
Well, because this whole place is fueled by memory, and actually interacting with it doesn't like erase the future or the past, right? Like it doesn't change what has happened.
So, but it could.
If I forget that he ever existed,
I don't know if that's good or bad. Then you just wouldn't understand why things are fucked. I mean, maybe. I really don't know. I don't know.
Well, and I'm mostly saying this out of character because Plet said that whenever the last person forgets about you, then there's no one to pay you tribute.
That's true.
And if like Burberry didn't read it, but if Noelle clocks it as a desperation move, because Burberry is the only person,
we could try. I just didn't want to. I haven't touched anything because I didn't want to mess anything up. I don't know if we literally interact with stuff in here, if you just remember it differently forever. And that seems dangerous and volatile.
Well, I mean, or I suppose I could.
You know,
how close are we to the heart? How close are we to the first time Koron talked to me?
I mean, I think that's up to you how long Burberry would have waited before he went to the observatory.
Because
Because to
Burberry
my
does-
recollection, it was all one night.
Yeah, I was about to say Burberry has been a bit of a go-getter when it comes to stupid shit. So if we're really close, I would like to go to the very first contact, or like that moment of memory. But like right before it, I don't want to actually go past it because then, or I basically I would want to find the equivalent of me walking up the stairs to the observatory.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you could find that memory. It's not too much further up ahead.
We'll put a pin in this one in case we need it.
I will say, as you step forward on the path, you watch as this plaza continues to widen, and the surface of this river begins to grow more and more kind of uneven, kind of undulating, like frozen rapids, right? And up ahead, you can see what looks like a lake, practically, of just tossing water, frozen in time, emanating out from this central frozen ripple. And as you kind of climb and clamber over this very uneven, wide open space, the visual below distorted by the shape of the surface of this place, you eventually reach the center, where it is relatively flat and smooth, and in the center of the ripples, you're able to watch as Burberry begins to ascend steps.
Idea. Okay. I would like to commune with my patrons. I would like to commune with the gods that I am currently linked with.
Okay. Are we going to actually cast commune?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I guess before you behold the memory, you start getting out your communion implements then. These very strange spirit stuff proxies, I guess, of incense and candles out of your bag. And they behave roughly the way you would expect them to, but they definitely don't look the way you would expect them to in this place. Much like you and your clothes and all of your equipment really doesn't look like itself. It's all made of this gleaming spirit stuff.
Well, I like the idea that the stuff that he pulls out isn't the stuff that you use to cast the spell in reality, but it would be like, it would be a stone with an inscription in Celestial about the god of flexibility or adaptability. Like, it would be the items that he first found those gods on, rather than like rather than instance. Like, so it's like a connection point rather than a physical object that you can like burn.
Interesting. Does Burberry have those items on his person still?
Oh no, heavens no! But like you said that they don't look like the thing that they are, so it's just like that'd be kind of cool.
Also, give me another charisma check.
12.
Okay. I'll say as they're coming out of their bag and your head kind of shifts back to that point in meeting, you kind of watch as the candles and the incense kind of start to warp and congeal. And within moments, you're holding this facsimile of the tablets that you first read them, their names on.
Yeah, I feel like Ziglik, who's the stability one's on a stone tablet, because that makes sense to me, and then Bojleg, who's the adaptability one, is like written on a paper and reads or something like that. Like,
sure,
finding an old text of papyrus.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
So I feel like whenever he casts the spell, he starts with a really simple question, which is, if Koron is in here, does that mean you're in here too?
And I think you would feel the ground tremble ever so slightly, and you would watch as new ripples begin to actively wash across the surface of this lake that you're standing on. And without too much effort, there are a pair of figures very quickly rising up out of them.
Okay, you guys get to see my gods.
One with wild hair that just kind of shoots off in every direction. The other much more clean cuts, put together looking. Vaguely humanoid, but with definitely some very like alien, otherworldly features to their faces. They emerge out of the surface of the memory pool and take a seat next to you, Burberry. And as they do, you become faintly aware that there is what feels like almost like a beam of light, like a spotlight kind of shining down on both of them. And Beaujolais would be the first to answer. And he'd be like, yeah, nah, we're here.
Sorry. I did have this like really heavy moment and like all this stuff, and then that's the first words to come. It's just like, yeah, we're here.
Yeah, we're here.
Hey, what's up?
Cirque would nod and say, if that was not evidence, you have your memories of us as well as your connection.
He says,
Can I move this connection to you all?
Who's you all?
I mean, so they're my two main squeezes, but I have off squeezes.
Sure.
Because I have seen a lot. I've seen socks plant. You've given me socks!
Noted.
Can we funnel all this power directly into a sock?
So who is y'all?
Being basically my two main squeezes and my off gods. Like, can I change the flow from being to this one singular god to spreading across the ones that I have connections with?
Are you asking if you can change the flow from Koran to everyone?
Yeah.
They would kind of look at each other, somewhat concerned, and they would look back to you. And Stirk would say, if you could fully redirect this flow yourself, I don't think we'd be in this position to begin with. There's work to be done here, I think. Work only you can do.
Damn, these yes or no questions. I don't know how to phrase the third one.
That was a good question.
Huh?
That was a good question.
If I put an and in the middle of a question, does it count as two questions?
I suppose it depends on what exactly you're asking, but potentially.
Can I change memories in here? And if I can, will that stop the flow?
Stirk just kind of reaches through the surface of the crystal lake here. He just kind of like spins his hand around. He kind of watches the water ripples and says, you could change them, but they're memories. They're not reality. You're changing your own perception of what happens if you do that. But as he kind of scoops up a handful of the memory stuff and just kind of like lets it flow between his hands, just kind of slowly kind of dripping. I imagine there's probably a way to make this stuff a little bit more malleable to your will if you want it to.
And then they just back into the goo.
Yeah.
Or do they hang around?
I think as you ask that final question, you watch as their forms start to kind of vibrate ever so slightly, kind of losing a bit of their sharpness. And I think Stirk would ask, as he's beginning to kind of fade, it's like, how exactly did you get here with them?
Oh, for the answer?
He's trying to. You can tell. He's like kind of holding on, waiting for an answer.
Reverse astral projection?
Stirk just like snaps his, or not, Bojalik snaps his fingers. He's just like, oh, that's fucking brilliant. And as he does that, he's back into the surface of the water, just dissolves completely. Stirk is holding on still, his brow furrowed, and just says, that is... I'm not sure how to feel about that. And with that, just slumps back into the lake and vanishes.
It was nice to meet both of you.
Thanks, bye.
It's like a single ripple in response to that.
Well, that confirms some things, right?
Oh. I don't know how I feel about that either. Oh, because that means that that means that if we're able to put ourselves in here, would it be theoretical that Koran could get out there?
What are you saying?
No, nothing. It's
He starts to split.
Koran could get out there?
You get two answers.
No, that couldn't. Oh, maybe. I mean, it's a wild idea.
Okay. We're getting...
And he snaps like back together, like very...
Not that we would want that.
Right. So the idea is that we need to find a way to make this space more malleable, it feels like, so that you can manipulate it?
Okay. So, Burberry is gonna try and manifest Noelle again. I'll see if it works this time, because it's more of he's trying to test out how he can possibly manipulate this material more than trying to summon Noelle. Because he knows that Noelle's not here, and he doesn't know if forming her would form her out of the goo like the gods did, or if she'll just appear, you know?
Sure. Yeah, I'll say give me a charisma check.
So bad at these.
Take a bardic inspiration.
Thank you. I need it.
What could be more fitting than that?
I shall aid in the summoning of me.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That makes it a 19.
Okay.
I needed it. I rolled a 9 on the dice. I got a 9 on... Actually, I rolled a 9 on both dice.
No.
Okay.
That works.
And yeah, I think you do that, and you watch as the memory stuff here begins to ripple again. And with a very surprised look on her face, you watch as Noelle... Oh, hello.
Welcome back.
Just gets pulled bodily up and like kind of shoots up out of the lake.
Sorry, I only did it because I knew you weren't going to be doing anything embarrassing.
I was actually. She starts kind of looking around. I think I was somewhere up there. I was on my way, I promise. It just takes a little bit of while to, make your way back. How have things been down here? Everything okay?
We're near the epicenter, and we're trying to figure out how it's possible to make my mind cooperate.
Well,
Cooperate? How do you make yourself cooperate? It's too bad I didn't take Quaaludes before I came.
that would have an interesting effect.
Although I suppose that would make me both malleable in here and also malleable in here.
I mean, you just have to ask yourself the question, what do you find enticing?
Burberry does the briefest of glances at I don't know, I'll take your pick.
Pick your favorite.
And then he reaches and then he reaches into the goo and tries to pull out a squid sickle.
Also, give me another charisma check.
Okay,
Good.
you know what? I'm glad that it's less. That's a 5.
Yeah, I think you try and you could feel yourself passing through it, and you're swinging your hand. You're trying to will something into your hand, and you're feeling the flagstone of the steps. You're feeling the grass. You're feeling the cool air of the night that you ascended into the observatory. You're definitely not in Tharja. It strikes you. Not a lot of squidsickles on offer while you were in school. You're probably not in the right area.
The last squidsicle was 5 miles back, Burberry.
Enticing.
What are we trying to do exactly?
That's what we've been trying to figure out. I admit this has been interesting, but we don't feel any closer to our goal here. Obviously, we found the vortex, but
I mean, you're right under it, so that's a start.
I'm getting the sense that we are perhaps to try and manipulate this river to cut it off to some degree, but
That is my theory, at least. After seeing Burberry messing with things up above in the psyche, I thought maybe he could do the same down here. But this is a pretty big memory as she starts looking around the lake. This might take some doing to take control of, I guess.
Okay, out of character questions, because I'm trying to wrap my brain around stuff. Okay, so from what we understand, this big, giant hurricane vortex of power majiggy is my connection to the ethereal plane.
That is the passageway through which your spiritual energy is flowing upwards into the astral. Yeah.
Okay. If I was to try to, I have two options, which is to try to either control the passage or to cut it off. Right?
Those are the theories that have been put forward. Yeah.
Okay. So, and the passage is where Burr used to be?
No. So the passage is always there. That is, they call it your locus, right? This is your third eye, right? This is just a natural feature of the soul. Noel told you, or Foel told you about a place called the Schism, or the Schism, which is where Burr was broken off of Barry, or broken off of Burberry and created Burr and Barry separately.
I'm secretly Pangea. I have been this whole time. Okay.
That was up at the Psyche. I will say you do not see any trace of that breach anywhere down here.
Okay. So if I was to try and change the flow of this thing, is there a separate hole where this breaks through to the surface?
That's what the vortex is.
Okay. So here's sorry. I'm asking these questions for a reason, I promise.
Right.
So if I were to say use my brain powers or soul powers or whatever you want to call it to try and narrow the hole that the beam is going through, like making it smaller. Like I don't want to cut it off completely, but I want it to be less.
Okay.
Could I theoretically like put a rubber band around the balloon?
You could try.
Okay, that's gonna be a pretty big one. Okay.
I mean, I can give you another bardic inspiration, but we'll see. We'll see.
Okay. 16?
You reach up and begin to focus on the vortex overhead, the gap in the clouds, and you begin to feel a connection. You begin to feel this sensation of the swirling, cool air overhead, and you begin to try and close your hands around it and pull. And you can feel it between your fingers, and you can see overhead that there is movement in the clouds, a disruption of some kind. You can see gaps along the edge, like an invisible hand is gripping it. And you try to pull. And for a moment, you feel movement before something very violently pulls back.
So, good news, bad news. Good news is I might be able to control it that way. Bad news is I think I just alerted somebody that I can do it.
What?
Yeah, you hear Foel next to you saying, "Oh, yeah, no, I mean, he's right up there, so he probably felt that." I think you all would hear the sounds of rushing air suddenly overhead. Something distant is starting to move. Something large is moving very quickly.
Can I try again? Can I try again?
You could try.
I get the sense that perhaps we are skipping a step here. Just cutting it off like this is...
We don't have very long.
We should maybe take cover.
Maybe we can hide in a memory?
I think that would be best. And you're just gonna watch this fall. It just kind of like falls backwards and just starts sinking into the crystal lake.
Sure.
Okay. Do we want to hide in this memory where I start communing?
Might as well. It's where we are.
I'll say, give me one more charisma check if you're trying to close this thing, but...
Okay. Come on, Dace. After this, we're hiding in a hole. We have time for that, right?
You can try one more time.
No, I meant if I fail, I have time to hide in the hole, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't see whatever's moving yet, but you can hear something.
Okay.
The distant whistle of a massive shape plummeting through the air.
hate it whenever I try to use my inspiration and I roll the exact same thing.
What'd you get?
11.
Damn. Yeah, it's not gonna do it.
Nope. All right, here we go.
You again. You see your fingers distantly grip this the edge of this cloud shape. You try and pull it close, and again you feel something violent, like smash into the side of this column of cloud, like shaking your grip free. And not wanting to stick around any longer than you have to, you also begin to recede into the Crystal Lake. And the last thing that you see as you pass the barrier into the memory, you watch as a massive humanoid form with a gleaming, shining head punctures the cloudscape overhead and hangs in the air, held aloft by a pair of beating wings. And they fade away as you fall into the memory. Darkness overtakes your view, and as you turn back, you can see your friends standing waiting for you. These semi-opaque specters at the foot of the stairs as your memory of yourself climbs the hill towards the observatory. So, I think this is a good place to take a break. We're about halfway through the night. So we'll give it like 10 minutes and then be back at 10:05 your time.
Yeah, all right.
Sounds good.
Switching
Okay.
break.
Well, that's
stream is returned.
All right, we're picking back up. So, you guys all took cover inside the memory of Burberry's fateful night at the observatory. And you are all now standing on a grassy hillside, watching as a younger dragonborn Burberry, in his initiate's robes, begins to climb the stone steps leading up to this large stone and like crystal dome topped building at the top of the hill. There are pine trees that kind of cascade down the hillside, and not too far away you can see what looks to be a not too dissimilar of a campus from the East Diocese, but this sort of small collegiate sort of establishment at the foot of the hills. And beyond that, there is what looks to be a city on the side of a river underneath a moonlit sky.
Well, I suppose if we are here to learn, then we should probably follow and see what happens.
So you guys follow the younger Burberry as he continues to climb until he reaches the door of the observatory. And Burberry, how did you get into this locked building exactly?
Knowing Burberry, it was probably some sort of either cleaning duty that he volunteered for as an excuse, or maybe he picked a lock. Don't worry about it.
So he sets down the mop and bucket and pulls out like a hairpin.
No, he's a Dex person. He definitely picked the lock.
He pulls out a hairpin from God knows where and just...
No, he just uses his nails.
You got nails for that. All right.
Plus, he doesn't have hair.
I don't know.
Using his nails.
He stole it from the librarian.
No, it's a letter opener.
Oh, and anyway, you watch as Burberry hunkers down in front of the door. You hear some clicking.
No, it is a letter opener. It's the same letter opener as his spiritual weapon.
Sure, whatever works.
And he will open the door, and you will watch him grab the mop and broom and step inside and close it behind him. And the scene around you begins to fade very rapidly.
I guess we'll try and follow.
Okay. Following. I think you find yourselves able to pass through the door without really trying too hard. Like you're walking forward, and it's just kind of
I feel like
melts
instinctually
away.
I try to open the door. Can we interact with it?
You could try.
I feel like there's my first instinct would not be to walk through it, so I would try.
Well, I would say trying to open the door. I mean, your hand just passes through it, like it does everything else around.
Okay. But we have literally not interacted with the memory yet, so I didn't know if we could interact with anything.
I mean, you are more or less ghosts here, kind of phantasmal observers. So you try to open the door, your hand just passes through it, and it's like, oh, I can just walk through, so you just phase through it.
I guess that's easier.
And you find yourselves in a large circular chamber. There's a couple of benches along the side, some desks. There's some like potted plants, some stacks of books here and there, a couple of bookshelves. But the most prominent feature is this enormous bronze or brass apparatus that is rising out of the center of the floor here. There's this sort of raised pedestal. There's a staircase kind of leading up to the top where there's, probably about 10 feet across or 10 foot radius, so 20 feet across, sort of stage almost that you can walk around on. And in the middle of it, it's like a massive like brass, like astrolabe. Those like big arc things with the telescope attached to one end. Massive thing, probably about 20 feet tall. And at the base of the telescope, there is this like elevated attached seat, right? And all around this central apparatus, there's a series of these rings that are sort of set up on rails, and a like an axis that kind of look as though they could probably like rotate and spin. And affixed to each of these rings are multiple lenses of various sizes. And there looks to be, as Burberry kind of makes himself comfortable in the chair, there's a series of like turn cranks underneath the lens of this telescope. And he pulls out the pamphlet. And he begins looking through the telescope to start, and he begins kind of messing with the dials. And as he does, you watch as these massive rings begin to rotate and spin in various directions, kind of setting up sort of like a 3-lens filter almost in front of the central telescope. And as he does, he begins to work a larger dial, and the telescope begins to like rotate as a single unit around the floor. And he begins moving to try and align it with something. He continues working at this for a while. And you watch for what feels like 20 minutes, half an hour, maybe an hour, before he suddenly starts in his chair. He looks back at the pamphlet, he looks back through the lens, and you can see this rush of excitement kind of wash over him. And he kind of hops out of the chair, he begins kind of scouring the room. He pulls out from like various desks and cabinets candles, braziers, incense. He begins setting up what looks like a commune spell. And as he proceeds to light it and sits back in the chair and looks through the telescope, he grabs the holy symbol around his neck. And Burberry, do you remember what it was that you said in that moment when you reached out to Koran?
Holy fuck.
Wow.
Profound.
And accurate.
What?
And you would all hear
What does that mean?
this disembodied voice responds.
No. Barnaby, he is a fuck, not we fuck.
You would all hear this disembodied voice respond. Interesting way to say hello.
Sorry. I admit I didn't actually expect to reach anyone.
Well,
No.
you found me, whoever you are.
Oh, Burberry, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you.
Burberry. Well, Burberry, I assume if you were looking for me, then you know who I am.
You're Koran, right? I pamphlet. Well, not a pamphlet. It's actually, I guess it's technically a book, but it looks kind of like a pamphlet. It's very easy to. Yes, I found you in some text.
Did you?
Yes,
Huh.
I must say your writer is very enthusiastic.
Well, I suppose I owe them some thanks. Been a while, truth be told, since somebody new took the time to reach out. Might I ask, Burberry, what do you do?
A student at the Conclave, and I am very interested in finding out more about the cosmos, as it were.
Conclave, as in you're. Are you a priest?
Yes. Well, not yet. Priest in training.
Huh. Wow. That is something, isn't it?
Ask
Might
me,
I-
Reverend current me wants to punch him in the face.
It's so tragic. We can't do anything to stop it.
What was that? Oh, that's Tenzin being a little shit. Okay. I just heard something clatter in the other room. The voice will continue. Well, Burberry of the Conclave. It is genuinely a pleasure to hear from someone new. May I ask another question? Where are you from? I confess I'm not terribly familiar with this particular direction, and I'm not sure that I see you yet.
I don't think. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna roll for dumbass answer. Okay, he doesn't get a dumbass answer. You know what? Good on you, buddy.
Well, I'm not very well versed in where we are in planes of existence. But from what I understand, you've actually have been contacted from where I am before.
And he looks
Have
at
I?
and he looks for the date on the because you said that the date was mentioned on the back, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So he finds that date.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I think I do see you. And at that, it's almost like a light flips on in this room. This spotlight almost seems to just onto Burberry. There you are. And yeah, Burberry, I mean, through the telescope, you recall watching as this star is what it looked like. Seemed as though it's almost like rotated in space in the distance. And then rotated again into a semi-humanoid sort of shape and raised its hand to wave through the telescope.
Current Burberry sighs the same way that a parent will sigh whenever their child gets very, very attached to a new cat.
Well, Burberry, it has been a little while, actually. You're right, since I've heard from your little world. Your predecessor was, a little standoffish, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Oh, careful. Which is understandable considering
Sure.
the balance that hangs.
Well, I suppose I can't blame them. It's been pretty wild out here for a while now. What is it that you want to know?
Well,
Okay, so I'll be real. I, as person, do not quite know.
What Burberry would ask. Sure.
Yeah, because this is, it's
The nitty-gritty.
But yeah, it is nitty-gritty. But probably if it's just like a Q&A, Burberry will ask questions like, so how are God's form? How has it been since you last been talking to someone? Like, oh my god. Like, it's not quite fawning. especially not to that degree because never. But there is a little bit of reverence in everything that he says because he views this as being like a great being. Hence the like a cat, because the cat's gonna die and you're gonna have to explain that to them and it's gonna be an absolute mess, but here we are.
Yep. Well,
but
I suppose
he will basically ask about how all of it works.
How does it work?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think just to, again, keep it relatively brief to answer the first question, to his knowledge, we just kind of come into being one day. I suppose some gods make children for themselves, but that wasn't my case. I suppose you could say I was first generation. We are born of your kind, as best as I've been able to tell. You all put out something special into the world, and that something comes together and it makes and feeds all of us out here. And to answer your second question, I last spoke to someone not too terribly long ago. I had a prayer come up my way, which is unusual. I'm not one for prayer, typically. I am what you might call the epitome of self-sufficiency. And he would explain a bit about what the conclave would describe as his portfolio, right? His domain as a god is in mastery of the self, discipline,
Question.
capability.
Since other party members are here, does anybody else want to make an insight check on a god? Burberry got 16.
I'll do my best.
16.
21.
21. What'd you get, Johnny? 22. Okay.
Oh, that's right. I am in no position to be doing this. That's a 2 minus 4.
Oof.
Wait, -4.
Did the wisdom thingy not last that long?
Oh, that wore off. That's worn off since the short rest.
Ago.
Okay, I must have missed that
I
memo.
was like, to have a -4, you would have to have like a 2 in wisdom. You would.
Barnaby took a lot of hits in that last fight.
It's
You'd
true.
be sitting there drooling, or the equivalent of a mummy.
Well, in that case, it brings it up from a negative 2 to a 1.
Okay, good job.
2
Barnaby.
minus 1.
I mean, to everyone in the room,
Except for Barnaby.
he sounds sincere.
Corin has a +20, so
We are dealing with a god here.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say, I feel like Burberry, I feel like this was better than the previously mentioned Nat 1, but I feel like Burberry, since he's seen
Suspicious.
this before, he can kind of see why he fell for it again.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Noel would probably just lean over to Burberry, current Burberry, and just say, I gotta be honest, I see why you were so convinced in the moment. He's very, very good at this.
I don't think that's changed.
I think Coron would probably have had some questions for Burberry too. And I think he would ask a bit about Burberry's upbringing and what convinced him to become a priest. Why did he join up with this conclave? And what sorts of things has he done entirely by and for himself?
Would you like me to actually answer those?
If you want. But those are the kinds of questions that he's asking.
So his answers would be basic, like he would give the basic lay of how he got here, and I admit I ADHD, I don't remember like 2 of the 3 questions, but the last one, for done by himself for himself, I think would actually be the leaving home and moving to join the conclave, like because that was a choice that he did make.
Right.
For his own interests.
Yeah. And I think you would hear Koron's voice again say, it's like, well, hang on, you said you traveled with this this older priest to get there, right?
Well, yes, but I had deciding to leave.
Well, you made a decision, but you didn't really do it all yourself. Get help.
It's usually a good idea to have help whenever one doesn't know what one is doing. Otherwise, you're prone to getting eaten by a displacer beast or drowning in a well.
I suppose that's fair for someone in your position. You're not exactly brimming with the power of the cosmos now, are you?
Although I suppose if you are looking for things, I've done a lot of research into lesser known deities. I have run across a few that didn't quite meet how would you say, pass the smell test?
Sure.
Oh, or I did come. Well, I guess contacting. I did do that one. Contacting you.
That's true. You did, didn't you? That's probably not really allowed down there, considering caution in the face of the unknown and all that.
Called a leap of faith.
It's a bold decision. I respect that.
Burberry Kurt mutters misplaced faith.
Well, listen, Burberry. I don't like to beat around the bush. I find it pays to be direct in your dealings. Keep things moving. So I'll tell you this. I appreciate you taking the initiative to reach out. But from what you're telling me so far, I can't say that I see a lot of kinship as of yet. Which is a little disappointing. But I think I see a way that we can benefit one another. You are precocious, which I greatly appreciate, and I can't help but imagine the things you'll be capable of as you come into your own later in life. But I worry, if I'm being honest, that this conclave of yours is going to hold you back. They feel like an impediment. And I think you have the capacity to become so much more than anything they could shape you into. I think I could be of some assistance there.
Is there a question following this, or is that end of statement?
I think there's a kind of a lingering pause there. There's an opening if Burberry wants to comment.
Burberry will do that thing where, like, he lets the silence sit, but then he rapidly becomes uncomfortable with it.
Sure.
And he says,
I do want to stay with the Conclave. If for at very least they have an absolutely extensive and very surprisingly well-covered selection of old texts. If I leave, I won't be able to read those.
Find the old texts. They're everywhere. People are writing new ones every day.
Well, yes, but the new ones are mostly fiction and the gods are ancient.
I think you've got the capacity to see a lot more than your world, frankly, has to offer you. From what I can tell, you people haven't been there for terribly long. There's hundreds of worlds out here that have been kicking for thousands of years.
Wait, are you saying it's possible to go to other planes?
Oh yeah. People do it all the time.
Well,
I can see a ship leaving yours right now.
Well, I mean, yes, there's planar travel between material planes, but I've never thought about going that far.
I could help you with that.
I mean, that would be amazing.
Crazy out here, Burberry. You really have no idea just how big it is out here. How much there is to see.
okay, for out of character purposes, I don't really want to beat around the bush, because this is the equivalent of telling that a podunk kid who's never read a newspaper in his life that space travel exists.
You could be an astronaut right now.
Right, and like, so doing that quickly is absolutely terrifying. Not to doubt the gods or anything like that, but I think Koron's barking up the wrong tree.
That's fair.
If he's trying to connect.
I mean, I think that was kind of, to my understanding, that was sort of how this conversation was always going to go.
I mean, yeah,
that's kind of where the problem started.
Yeah, well, because basically what does end up happening inevitably, no matter how much Burberry wishes it didn't, is I don't know if like he agrees to communing here, but I think he's more excited about the possibility rather than the actual sudden going. Like, he's much more at this point content to read about crazy adventures and other player gods and stuff like that, rather than actually physically go find them.
Yeah.
Like,
Sure.
plus, you know, that's leaving everything that he's ever known
Yeah.
in like no time flat. And again, it's just that much that fast is a lot.
An alien landed in your backyard and said, "Hey, want to go to Jupiter?" And you're like,
Yeah.
"Ah." No.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck Jupiter. We're going a galaxy over, my guy.
No, that's like we're going to Centauri 5.
I guess the question
What the fuck is
that
Centauri 5?
the lingering question for me is just like, is tonight the night where things went wrong, or was there like months of wavering that happened between the two of them that before Koron got pissed?
Well-
Burberry, I think, would remember it. It happened basically in one night.
No.
Oh no?
No, it was not one night. When basically what happened was Koron's and him did commune, and he did become a cleric for Koron, but he did not learn his lesson and continued to research other gods. And whenever he started like finding out that Koron wasn't like the things that he was preaching weren't the same as that's like he says self-sufficient when, and Burberry like eventually realizes that he means selfish. They're similar, but they're not the same thing. And so whenever he realizes, oh, like, okay, well, this isn't basically what I signed up for, he started doing the thing that he does, and you know, he was like, yeah, so I'm just gonna go back to doing what I was doing before and researching new gods. Basically, whenever he started communing with his current gods was the breaking point for when Koron was like, hey, cut that out. Like basically he became incredibly jealous and lashed out.
Yeah.
That is good to know.
I'm so sorry.
I was under the impression this whole time it happened in the one night.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, good to know.
Do we need to go on for further now?
Yeah. No. I think the conversation probably plays out fairly peaceably then. But if Burberry makes this commitment to like, yeah, no, I'll stand for you. There's probably a shift in the room as the candles kind of flare in that moment. And you watch as this almost seems like a bead of light kind of passes through the lens of the scope and into Burberry, where it just kind of melds and fades. And at that point, Koron says, like, well, we'll have a little bit of me with you anywhere you go. Keep me posted.
I also think it's accurate, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Pled.
Mm.
That Koron also tended to make appearances in moments where Burberry felt the most shame from something that he did.
I think he was a pretty constant presence. This almost like a second conscience from that point forward.
Voice in the back of your head.
Yeah, he was definitely pushing Burberry a lot. Like there was a lot of push in that relationship.
It was toxic. Let's just say it. It was a toxic relationship.
Yeah.
It's a little bit, teeny tiny bit.
And Burberry's like, I'm gonna break up with you. He's like, no, I'm gonna break you up.
In that moment, though, I think you guys would watch as Burberry like puts the candles away, you know, tidies up, cleans this room, makes it look like nobody had ever been here, and then begins to head back down the steps towards the campus before he's missed.
Noel just kind of thinks back to that little mote of light that went into Burberry and looks back over her shoulder at kind of the drifting edge of the memory and thinks back on the massive monster that lingers above, and she just sort of thinks to herself, who knew something so small could cause so many problems? Well,
But they definitely do now.
I guess we need to
I
keep
mean,
moving.
I guess at least he kept his promise of adventure.
He says through gritted teeth. Alright, I'm gonna stick my head out of the memory and make sure we're still alone.
Okay. So you head towards the darkness at the edge of the memory and look around, and you don't see the figure anymore.
Might want to be quiet for a bit.
We were in here for like an hour.
This thing is thousands of years old. An hour is nothing.
True. Well, I suppose we...
Oh, you're muted. What's up? What was it? Okay, yeah, sure. Lauren is casting Pass Without a Trace.
Oh. Okay. We could try sneaking back out now.
Alright.
Take Bardic Inspiration part of it.
Thank you.
Did we count this a short rest? Or, because we were just sitting around doing nothing for an hour?
I guess you could count that as a short rest, sure.
I mean, I'm not really injured, but...
Movie!
You're like, I'll take a couple Bardic Inspirations
Yeah, I'll take
back.
some Bardic Inspiration back for free, why not?
Sure.
And I guess we're still...
Oh my sweet heavens above.
Oh,
No, not a good heavens above.
oh damn it.
Oh, sweet
I was
hell's
like,
blow!
I've already got like a nat 20 on a stealth check for the first time. No.
No, that's a nat 1 plus 7 plus 5 plus 10. So 1, 8
5, 7.
plus 5, 13, 23.
Okay. What'd you get, Johnny? 31?
But it is still a nat 1.
It's a skill check, though. So your check is a 23.
33?
43?
33.
33. Okay.
32.
32. Alright. Anything from John?
Sorry, I missed. What was the specific roll again?
Stealth check. You guys are sneaking back out into the memory space.
1 second.
And add plus 10 to it.
Okay.
33.
Sorry, my system was still loading. Give me a sec. So that would be a 37.
37. Okay.
That's a lot.
And
Above 30.
Noel, what is your stealth roll again?
32?
No, not your roll. Your bonus. Excuse me.
Plus 9?
Okay, so Fowell got a 27.
Oh, okay.
She's here. So yeah, you guys just very carefully just kind of press out and pull yourselves free of the memory and step back onto the lake and just kind of slink down behind one of the larger kind of undulations in the crystalline shapes here, and just kind of look around, taking cover. None of you see the giant figure anywhere. It seems to have left. As far as you can tell, no changes to the environment.
I feel like we would have probably seen him at this point if he was around.
Okay. So I guess we'll go to the actual night of... We'll say the night of divergence.
Okay. I will say, with your stealth rolls, you guys are staying low and being careful as you move.
Yeah.
And it won't take you too long to get that little bit further ahead. Again, big lake, and as you move, like the memories continue to play below your feet. And Berber, you would recognize it once you got there. But I will say, the sharp-eyed among you will probably notice in the distance there is a strange object moving between the memory paths here. It looks like a giant ship.
Like a boat?
Like a boat, like a sailing ship that is drifting through the air between the memory paths.
How big of a boat?
Like a big sailing boat.
Oh, I hope
Like a three-master?
Like 3 masts, big prow, cannons, the whole thing.
Damn.
I'll try to stay away from that thing. It's like searching, it seems like, right?
It doesn't look like it's searching so much as it is just kind of in transit right now. And it's a decent distance away. But it's big enough, and it's the only thing down here that's moving right now. It's pretty obvious to see.
Is it a boat that Burberry or any in the party recognizes?
I'm gonna make a history check.
All of us?
Whoever's trying to remember.
Nope, natural 20.
Oh.
I don't know why.
It's not Barnaby's night. I'm not gonna bother.
I also got a natural 20. Burberry stops moving and just stares.
Yeah. As you guys are watching, you realize one of the masts is actually like disconnected from the rest of the ship and is just kind of like floating over the fractured, splintered base on the deck. Sails are in tatters. The various ropes and lines running across the ship are cut and torn. And as it sort of draws directly kind of parallel with you guys, so you guys are looking directly at the side of the ship, you can actually see that there is a massive, jagged breach running straight through the center of the ship. The front half and the back half completely separated, but still moving as though a singular ship. And you both recognize the damage the ship has taken. You remember the night it took all those hits. This looks like the Medora, the ship that Koran sank before you washed up on Montalban.
I think Burberry and Noel probably just immediately catch each other's eyes as it sails by.
Burberry actually does not meet your gaze. His eyes are absolutely fixed on this boat.
Foel is going to put a hand on your shoulder, Burberry, saying, "We should probably go. They are also not terribly friendly. Come on."
Burberry will follow the pole.
And
are there people on the boat?
at this distance, it's hard to say, but Foel would say the crew are somewhat hostile towards your party in particular. We have not really interacted much since they started showing up. They've been flirting about. It's been unpleasant, but we make do. We keep our distance. We should really go down in.
Yeah.
So she'll kind of guide Burberry down into the memory. The rest of you can follow.
Oh, back in the memory?
Yeah.
Or are we in a different memory?
You guys have walked to a new one at this point.
Okay.
Still part of that massive kind of memory lake that composes this Koran area. And yeah, this to Burberry's memory is the night the shit hit the fan. So if you'd like to set the scene, Burberry, when and where did this happen?
So this probably happened shortly after he communed with his most recent flings, and he started because you said that Coron's pretty much been a presence, right?
Yeah, the voice has kind of just been there this whole time, and relatively active, you know.
So Burberry actually started like looking into how to undeclare allegiance with a god, or like to set it down. And if he's been like an active participant, or even a, you know, like, and he sees this text, he probably
He would have
thought,
greatly disagreed.
yeah. So I think this actually like happened in the library as opposed to in the tower.
Okay.
Like while Burberry was doing research on this, and I like the idea that Coron at first thought he was doing or researching because he didn't like the new gods that were present, but then Burberry did basically the equivalent of the "it's not you, it's me" breakup speech. Like trying to be nice about it. Like, I don't think our align our like viewpoints are ever gonna quite align. I don't think that I'm right for you. Like,
Yeah.
Kind of
Awkward breakup in the middle of the library.
And this whole time, you can hear Coron's responses. They're heated, they're bitter. They are definitely barbed in some responses, and I think as Burberry makes his intent clear with that last little declaration, Coron goes on a little bit of a tirade. There's what sounds like disbelief, but also just the most extreme condescension. And he really lays into Burberry. Just lets him have it. It's like, you've done nothing with your life. All you do is sit here and read and conjecture and imagine, and nothing's getting accomplished. You're not doing anything. You haven't done anything. And you know that that's what I'm all about, is getting out there and getting it done, right? It's like, and you haven't held up your end of any of this, you know. And now you're trying to back out. And I don't think you really understand what it means to be in this position, to be who I am, what exactly it is that I preside over. Do you realize the toll that this takes to ask this? It's like, there's no way for you to know. You've never had to lift a finger for yourself. You've always had somebody there. It's like, no, that's we're gonna change that. It's time you put in some work. And there is a storm very rapidly brewing outside the window. You can all kind of see the sky rapidly darkening. You can see rain beginning to pelt the windows. You can hear thunder rumbling. And within seconds of Coron making this final utterance, there is a crash, a massive ear-splitting rumble, and a blinding flash of light. And when your senses kind of recalibrate, realign, the ringing in your ears fades, your eyes adjust, You see a scorch mark where the table had been, where Burberry was sitting. Big one. Blasted into the floor. You see rain falling down in torrents through a hole in the ceiling. You see the chairs at that table have been thrown in every direction, including the one containing Burberry. And you see Burberry laying on his back, tangled up in his robes, at the base of a bookshelf, about 5 feet away. And as he is struggling to get to his feet, you all can count that there are 4 sets of clawed little toes kicking out from underneath that robe. You can see multiple hands kind of punching at the robe, trying to find the armholes. And 2 snouts kind of competing for the neck, trying to put their heads through the robe.
I think just instinctually, as Noelle watches who she knows as Burberry, struggling and scared and presumably in some amount of pain from that experience, she almost raises a hand to cast Healing Word, but then catches herself and grounds herself and remembers that this is just a memory. She will look at Burberry though and just see where his face is.
Give me an insight.
No, don't make me roll an insight. I just want to know what you look like.
Well, yeah, but Burberry's doing his best to stay stone-faced.
No, you're not smiling, are you?
I mean, Cat is, but that means nothing.
Burberry loves this. He thinks about it all the time.
Are we holding to
14?
Oh yeah, no, that wins.
Okay, I rolled a 6.
It's fine. I rolled an 8, but my deception is not good. So Burberry is doing his best to stay calm and not get upset, but you can see the it is having an effect on him because it's for him. This is it's a mix of sadness and just straight up trauma.
Yeah, no kidding. This is the worst day of your life.
Yep.
And we're just sitting here watching it with popcorn.
You know what? Second worst day of my life, but that's a different thing.
Lauren put away her popcorn.
Oh, okay, good. That's respectful. I appreciate that. I mean, Noelle would go over and she would meet your gaze whether you wanted it or not. She'd stand in front of you and just kind of just give you a hug. We don't have to stay here, Burberry.
It's
It's alright. Here, wait, watch this next bit. To which you see a foot come out the top of the neck hole that they were both fighting over. And goes, ow! Ow! And they both pull themselves out. And their first response was, what the hell are you? Well, I don't know. What the heck are you? Well, I'm Burberry. Nope, Burberry. And then they start actually getting into a full-on fight/argument over who's Burberry.
Yeah.
Get out of my clothes, you fucking creep.
Before there's a really bad clap of thunder, and they both look up to this hole in the ceiling, and they both go at the same time, ooh, but with completely different tones. So one goes, ooh,
they're not going to be happy about that. The other one goes, oh, they're not going to be happy about that. And basically it kind of devolves into a kind of figuring out like, okay, so is it just me or is the room really big? I don't think that's just you. Well, it has to be just me because there's no way that he oh shit. And then they fall into pure panic. Because if they don't know who they are, nobody else does either, and they certainly don't look like themselves, and they're not going to believe that you're Burberry. He doesn't look like Burberry. He can't be like, you know, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Burberry seems to be kind of trying to find humor in this. Again, really, the current Burberry is trying to find humor in this tragic, horrible incident.
Well, for whatever it's worth, Noel's face certainly acknowledges the tragedy of it. She sees it, and she sees everything that you've gone through and experienced, and it contextualizes everything very crystal clear, and all the pain that it probably led to, and so much hiding, and...
You know what the ironic thing is?
What's that?
Koran did this under the pretext that I should do things by myself, but he pretty much guaranteed that could never happen.
I think if I had to guess what his larger point was, it's if you constantly want help from people, then you'll never be able to be alone again.
Was certainly proved wrong over the next couple of months. I pulled myself away from everybody and I was still never alone. Not truly. Never truly.
Did you leave the conclave?
To stand on.
Did you leave the conclave this night?
Yeah, shortly after this, and there's like a small slap fight going on in the background. Shortly after this, we became very afraid. And we went back to our room, and we tried to figure out how to explain it all. And thought... I had broken the rules. We had broken the rules. We'd been keeping this thing that we'd been doing quiet for months, and the least that they could do is kick us out, and the most that they could do was put us in a traveling show somewhere. I mean, basically looked like large mutated lizards. We're not quite lizard folks, we're too small for that, but we're definitely not dragonborn anymore, and then I ran. It was a very shoddy disguise the first go-round.
I imagine it took months to figure it out properly.
The figuring the padding wasn't actually as hard as you'd think. I'd had enough spirits Halloween equivalent. We have one.
In Virgos?
No. Whenever we did the event at
Kind Shadow?
Kind Shadow, thank you. I've had enough Kind Shadow outfits that I kind of figured my way around. You know, there were several drunken Kind Shadow parties at the conclave. It was actually rather funny.
Sure. So what's the Virgos equivalent of Spirit Halloween? It doesn't exist.
Granagrim,
Grim Sail. No.
Yeah.
But
I don't know.
It's okay.
But no, I've made enough costumes that I've gotten pretty proficient at the whole sewing thing. So that part wasn't difficult. The main problem that we had going out was finding the balance.
Sure.
I don't think it helps that literally besides myself. Part of me always wanted to fight it out, and the other one always wanted to talk logically, so eventually we kind of met in the middle and played cards. It's one of the reasons that I always have a deck.
Well, the more you know.
Does not fight fair. But fighting fair can be overrated. Especially in situations like, and he gestures to the room.
Did other priests and students or whatever eventually find this scene?
I would assume Burberry probably vacated the premises before anyone came looking.
Yep. 100%.
But they probably heard people coming. Because, I mean, Conclave's got a big library.
Oh, sure.
Generally. So it probably took a couple minutes for someone to get to that corner of the room to figure out. Like, oh, shit, yeah, water's come to the fucking roof. What happened? And, like, wander over, and Burberry's like, skitter away before they actually see him. So.
Well, we might be safe to go back out there. I'll go take a peek if I've still got past without a trace. I assume I do.
Sure. Okay. And you poke your head up, look around.
Ship nearby.
Visible, but it's further away. It's like sailing into the distance.
I think we're safe. For the moment.
Burberry follows.
Okay, so you guys push out of the memory back into the large, open path space.
Question.
Yep.
This power font, does it touch this memory?
The light that's kind of shooting up through the eye of the clouds overhead.
Yeah.
It's not touching it necessarily, but the column of light that's kind of shooting upwards, it's close. Like, this is the closest, one of the closest memories you've been to.
I guess we'll just keep following until we do get to where it gets closer.
Well, so you're leaving the conclave at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're going to hit a portion of the path that's going to start bending away from the column at this point as you're sort of isolating.
So this is the closest we get.
This is the closest you've been so far. And you know there's a couple more spots further up overhead where it gets close. But it's like one of maybe 3 spots that are right up against it.
Is it close enough to touch?
No, not quite. You're probably a good, 30 feet away from the edge of that column.
What are you
of light.
thinking?
And just so I can reiterate for me, I am not supposed to touch the light at all, or I'm just not supposed to touch the base of the light.
You've been advised repeatedly, do not touch the spirit.
Okay, no, this is why I was asking, because my brain's like, I'm not supposed to touch the bottom where it comes out of, but I'm not sure if it is it like sunlight where don't touch the end of the.
Don't touch the tip of the candle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, after Tyrion's initial warning and then his second warning after Noel sent to him, it's just like, just don't touch it. Just don't touch it. Just don't touch it. So he is repeatedly iterated that
Okay.
not wise to touch.
Okay. And I'm sorry, my brain's just stuck on the gods hoping or wishing that this stuff that we're standing on is more valuable. I'm like, okay, how they're
I know, I'm really stuck. I've been trying to think of like clever things we could try or whatever, but like I'm not sure what levers we have here is the problem. I don't know what we can change or what we can pull or how.
It's a puzzle.
I mean, so far, you guys have been watching.
I guess we haven't fucked with any memories yet. But they've all been so cinematic. Why would we want to change them?
I'm just recapping what's happened so far. You guys have mostly been exploring and observing.
I just keep coming to trying to make the thing go narrower again, and my brain's like, I'm very worried about what would happen if I tried again, and then everything came and got us over.
Yeah, I feel like that's not the solution to this puzzle. Or at least not as we have been previously doing it.
I just keep thinking of that freaking post that was just like, yeah, no, if you ever want a good D&D puzzle, just put something in front of it that's easily solved by a third grader. They'll be at it for hours.
I think we need to try messing with a memory and see what it does. I think that's the only thing we haven't tried that's obvious.
Where do you want to start?
So
Something small, I think.
So probably not this one, as she gestures at the giant lake dedicated to Koron.
maybe go back a little ways and...
How far away are we from memories of all of you?
It would be years, wouldn't it?
A year and a half, I think.
And Foel just kind of looks up at the path, so there's kind of like twists further and further overhead.
I wasn't on my own. It was kind of hard to tell because I didn't spend a lot of time in towns where it was easy to keep track of dates, and half of me didn't care. But I know that one winter passed.
I wouldn't want to change anything about the memories of our meeting.
Well, there is a memory we can change in here that I would be okay forgetting.
What's that?
So Burberry takes a short distance, and as I said, whenever I said that the moments that Koron was probably present for were moments of Burberry shame, it wasn't because the shame's what triggered it. It's what triggered the shame is what triggered it.
Gotcha.
So, let's see, what's his Burberry? Burberry's never been really great at that. So he's actually going to take you to an instance where he was teaching someone else to play basic chess. And he explained the rules wrong on purpose so that he would win.
Okay. Small and simple.
Minor thing. I think he...
Is this during the period where he's bound to Koron?
Yes.
Okay. So it's somewhere in this lake.
Yeah.
Okay. So you track that memory down.
Yeah,
Sure.
That's why I said you didn't have to go far, because there was... it wouldn't necessarily be this one in particular. It's because there's, like, a lot of little instances like that, like, scattered throughout the lake, probably.
Okay.
Where he did do, like... because Burberry is a fairly good, like, he's a neutral character, but he's mostly good, right? It's all about how you get there, right?
Sure.
So, like, he would not remember fondly memories of things like cheating or lying to get ahead or like not putting in the work.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not the kind of work that Koron wants him to put in, but he doesn't like not putting in the work. So like basically where he took shortcuts to get by faster.
Okay.
Would be moments that he was not proud of. So
this
he would
chess
find
memory then.
Yeah, I figured that's a mild, easy one.
Okay. So you can see through the surface of the lake. You can see down, and you can see the chess game playing out right now. So what are you gonna do?
I think Burberry at one point stole a piece off the board.
Okay.
Probably like a knight or a bishop. Like, not any of the super high pieces. And said that was some sort of like non-existent rule, but he bullshitted it into being like, oh yeah, no, I get to take your queen whenever your pawn hits 5e or something like that. Like, something really like nobody who actually plays chess would be like, what? No, that's not a thing. And I think Burberry today will try to put the piece back on the board.
Okay. So I can say this, like if just watching from outside, you don't necessarily feel much of a connection with the memory. Reaching in, I think you feel a capacity for influence. And so passing into the memory again, kind of sinking into the lake. You're now standing at the side of this table, this ghost, unnoticed, next to yourself and this other acolyte as they play chess, and you watch yourself pull the queen off the board, citing some bullshit rule you just made up.
Actually, can I put my hands on my own shoulders and say, that isn't the right way. Do it right or it's not real victory.
You reach out, and at first your hands begin to pass through the cloak. But you want this. And after a moment, you feel fabric under your fingers. And you see your memory self react and turn their head and meet your gaze. And as you do this, Burberry, you remember this uncanny moment playing this game and suddenly feeling that tap on your shoulder and looking back to see an older you looking down at you. And as you speak, you remember the exact words you're saying being said to you. How would you have reacted at that age if something like that happened?
Panic? Definitely panic. And then he'd have 80 bajillion questions To which Current would be like, I'm sorry, I can't answer any of those. But hold on. I don't want to have another argument with myself.
While they're doing that, just to add some perspective, I mean, I think we would also all be, if Burberry is in the memory right now, we're still standing on the lake, and we would be watching to see what, if anything, changes out here while they do this.
Okay. There's definitely like rippling happening in the lake over this image where Burberry is messing with it. And that's usually not happening. It's usually not moving. It's usually like a static surface that you can see through to the memory. But right now it is distorted and warping. And it's hard to make out exactly what is happening in there. But the surface is no longer solid at that point. It is fluctuating. Changing.
Okay, so if Burberry will shush himself and say, why I'm here is not important. The only thing that you have to do is play the game. And I'll answer any questions after it's over. And that would make Burberry start playing again. And then this Burberry's gonna get out of there before he has to hold on. Promise.
So you step out of the memory and you watch as your younger self continues to like watch like out of the corner of his eye, like glancing to the side as he plays, as you back away and fade from view. And as you step back onto the surface of the lake, you recall that moment with an unnatural clarity. There is something deeply uncanny about that memory now. Like, forevermore. You very clearly remember both acting on that moment in this space just now, as well as experiencing it 10 years ago or so, however long it was. I guess not 10. It was like, what, 3 years? 3 years ago, excuse me. And you can feel the age of the memory. You can tell that hasn't changed. But you know that's not what happened. And yet, you remember yourself standing there, chastising you, and then fading away like a ghost.
Boy, that's weird.
Played the game right after that, though.
And you can tell this is impacting your recollection of the following events. There was consternation and confusion that followed that as you tried to make sense of it. And all the while, as you stand here thinking, you know that did not change the past. Just your recollection of it.
Yep. Here's my question, though. Do I remember both?
You don't. The memory has been altered. But you know that's not what it was. You know what it was supposed to be. But that's not what you remember.
So if we...
And as you sit here thinking, you can still see the surface of the lake over that memory is continuing to ripple.
So if we change things...
Okay, dumb question time. Is it easier for me to move? Can I move this part of the lake easier?
You can try.
Squid sickles. Natural 20.
Well, you see, I always got them.
I think
This is
you're
very
feeling
weird.
you're feeling empowered for
You don't
whatever
say.
reason, and you reach into the water and you demand a squid pop. It takes a couple of minutes, but I think you can all hear the sound of it's almost like ice cracking underfoot. And it starts kind of behind you and works its way towards Burberry, and you can all turn and watch and see as a squid sickle seems to be like dragged like a fishing line through the ice, breaking it until it reaches his hand. And then he pulls it up. And you have a spiritual squid pop.
I'm just like, yes, this makes it so much easier. Out of character, I'm really mad that this is where I got the nat 20 because I wanted a lower roll to see if it was going to be easier, and natural 20 means
Nothing has been learned. But at least you have a squid pop now.
I immediately eat the squid sickle.
It tastes just like you remember it.
Perfect.
Well, this is certainly easier to manipulate.
Because no lessons were learned. Because of stupid nat 20s, which I never thought I would say.
I am a little confused about the precedent we are setting here, though. The idea is that changing the memories makes them easier to alter, presumably. But if we change something so foundational to who you are, to a degree where you can alter it on a large scale, what does that mean for who you are?
So you're saying that's the interesting thing.
Because memories are part of who you are as a person, and they inform on who you are today. So if I perhaps know... Sorry, this is really good.
You can finish it. We'll wait.
Oh, thank you.
So he just like... Okay, so it's a little unnerving watching this Burberry eat a squid sickle, because what he does is he literally sticks the entire thing in his mouth, pulls the stick out, and nothing happens after that.
Go on.
One bite.
Yep.
Wow.
Swallowed the whole thing.
Impressive.
Impressive.
So, if a memory informs who you are, it puts who you are in flux. And because you're in flux, so for instance here I make myself make a better decision. I don't remember making the bad decision, but I know it's different. I don't, well, at least I assume it was a bad decision, otherwise why would I want to change it?
Well, we can...
I know
you have people
different.
around who can tell you that you changed it, at the very least.
What did I do?
You said
Then
that
never
you...
mind.
Alright.
So basically, part of the reason that Koron was upset with me was because I wasn't embodying his principles. So I guess theoretically, I would be a very different person out the other side if we didn't go to the trouble of changing all of these memories, because there's a lot of them in there. It would take a long time. But if I change what's here, it might change up there, like a literal ripple effect.
Well, okay, so the question would be, change what and to what? Like, what pieces of this puzzle would we need to alter to have this ripple effect mean something?
I don't know if it would be altering just one piece.
Well, that's why I said pieces.
I got a 4 for attempting another squid sickle.
Yeah, no more squid sickles coming. You're still very far away from the source.
Boo. Maybe it isn't easier. It wouldn't be one piece. It would be more of finding all of the things that embody it and changing it in here. But I know that doesn't actually change the past. I don't know if that would change the connection here. It's very theoretical.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna drop the voice because so I've got two thoughts. I'm just gonna throw them out there. I don't think they're necessarily great ideas, but they are ideas. And we need those right now. The first one is just a Hail Mary, which is that perhaps because Koron's essence is here, maybe his memories, like the spiritual Koron's memories are derived from the Burberry memories. And so if we change the context of what happened between them, maybe that would also change how this Koron sees Burberry. Like, if they're both drawing from the same well of memories. I don't know. Maybe he is his own entity that has his own memories. The other thought that I had was we could also go to the memory where Burberry learned that he was special. Like, I forget what the term, or the
Herald.
name, a herald. And essentially rewrite the memory so that he believes he has more control over his locus than he was told he did. And maybe believing it more strongly, or like just thinking that that's true, would give him more sway over it. Those are my two thoughts. I have no idea if those are good ideas, but they're thoughts.
In that case, the person who would have to tell me that couldn't be me.
I could be Cardinal Tarian. And we could kidnap the real memory Cardinal Tarian and put him in a closet. I've been thinking about this.
What if we just fell asleep in the dream? What would happen then?
I assume we'd wake up. I destroyed blood.
All right. Well,
I'm sorry, that's fucking hilarious.
I have a vague idea, but I'm not sure if it would work. So I told myself to do the game, and I remember telling myself to do the game. But I don't remember what the game was. I just know that the memory was altered. Out of character. Do I know how I altered the memory?
You would remember that, yeah, because you would remember messing with it.
Right. So in theory, if someone else messed with the memory, would I retain that information?
If you knew ahead of time that they were messing with it, sure. Theoretically.
Well, there goes my plan.
Alright.
I had a dumb idea, but if I was aware that it was be happening, it wouldn't have the same effect. In other words, I would not be able to broach the plan. In fact, if the plan was done, it would have to be done behind my back without my knowledge.
Interesting.
But I'll tell you about it afterwards.
Should we test to see if we can alter the memories and then Burberry doesn't, so then he doesn't know?
You want to try?
We should.
That's my pitch.
Just don't tell me. Just
Alright, everybody pick a memory.
Go whisper in a corner.
I'll go walk and go find a memory and into it.
Lauren's just going to dive into a nearby one?
Yep.
Okay. Burberry, what did you do later that day after playing in your chess game?
Oh god.
I think that he lost the game.
Right.
At least with the updated one.
Right.
Lost the game. And then he and this is the reason I picked that one. This is it's good that I picked this one because I can easily justify it this way. So he went to his room and had a long think about how he could have played better in reality. He went to his room to question the moralities of his choices.
and basically, quote unquote, pouted for like half an hour, and then decided, you know what, he deserved. He wasn't feeling great, so he deserved to have something good. So he went to find a popular dessert joint between other members of the conclave to go treat himself to a dessert. Yes.
Okay. So, Lauren, you would enter this memory as Burberry is sitting in his room, and as you watch, you realize that the space around you is starting to kind of ripple like you're underwater. And there are moments where you can see Burberry having one moment of reflection, one conversation with himself, where he's reflecting on the morality of cheating at a chess game. And you can see, as a ripple passes by, another conversation happening where he is reflecting on the game and how better to play it. And there is definitely like a flux here. There is this oscillation between these two memories as one change earlier is impacting a surrounding memory.
Okay. I feel like Lauren, before the whole ice cream thing, I think Lauren would like try to reassure Burberry after cheating.
You're gonna try and talk to him?
Yeah.
Okay.
She'll like.
Okay, so you step forward.
Yeah, and she's just gonna kind of put a hand on his shoulder and just be like, okay, we all make mistakes. And if you want to get better, you can always read another book. That's what you like to do.
And
Who are you, and how did you break into my room?
Fair question.
Yeah. Kat, Burberry, on the surface, you are suddenly having this bizarre memory of seeing a Triton in your bedroom after your chess game who looks exactly like a Lauren.
I feel like what we're accomplishing here is making Burberry believe they're schizophrenic.
Like a day.
Well, if we go back and change more stuff.
He got better.
I think if like a Lauren was gonna do this. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna have Lauren do this a little bit.
Okay.
She's gonna wild shape and go into this memory as like a mouse. And then she'll telepathically talk to Burberry in his head because she knows how to
Much
do
more sane.
It's better than just a random
That's the
person.
day a mouse told me I was a bad person for cheating.
No, she's gonna be hiding. She's gonna be hiding as a
okay.
mouse.
I cheated at chess, and both my future self and a rat came back and told me I was a bad person. It's a weird day.
I like that idea.
But no, a Lauren would be hiding. So
All right.
So
Give me
this
a
is,
check.
this is your conscience.
exactly. Oh. Does pass without a trace still look? Do you think?
Probably been. When did you put it up when you left the observatory?
Well, yeah, but I also get like free castings of it forever
Then you
and
can
ever.
just fucking cast it.
Cool, 28.
Okay.
Sick.
I don't think past Burberry's finding you.
Burberry is level 1? No.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think you say this to Burberry, and Burberry, you remember hearing this voice in your head. Wasn't yours. Wasn't Koron. It was a woman's voice.
What did you say, Lauren?
I said,
Stop being shitty.
no, I think she said, it's okay. Like, we have all cheated before. It's a part of growing up. But you can always change your direction and read a book and get better that way. It's a part of life.
I I've heard about it, but I've never actually experienced it. Oh, you saw that, huh? Are you in my class?
I mean, what do you do if you hear a random man's voice in your head, Chadi, and you know that sending exists?
That's a woman's voice.
Yeah.
I know, but in this case, because Chadi is a woman, and I'm saying Chadi always hears a woman's voice in her head.
True. What I really want to say is, I'm a god you don't know.
Oh, God, that would confuse him.
Do it. Do it, you fucking coward.
Do you know how much it changed how Burberry perceives Aloran? He's gonna meet Aloran, hear her talking, and is like,
Well, no, nah, because like in that setting.
If this was time travel, yes, but this is just rewriting the memory.
Well, no, even if it was time travel, it's still like a full year before Burberry even meets Aloran, and there's no way that Burberry is gonna remember a voice a year ago.
Not unless Aloran keeps popping up into other memories.
Oh God.
Oh my God, you guys are gonna ruin me.
That's what I was worried about.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm like. I'm not gonna say
I'm the
that.
god of not being a cheater at chess. Don't do that.
Stop that shit.
Alright, here's what we do. I'm gonna put a little piece of shrimp on the chessboard.
Wait, where did you get there?
Barnaby walks into the chest memory and just puts some shrimp down.
Can't go wrong with that.
We're gonna break Burberry. I don't know what to do, guys. I'm gonna bop out and just be like, I don't know. I think we're gonna break him.
No.
So.
Noelle.
He says to Foel.
No.
Burberry?
No, it's because I have to maintain that I don't know that this is happening.
Yes.
And I'm assuming you're watching all the other memories.
I probably am keeping an eye.
I suddenly have the most splitting headache.
Oh. Well, I suppose that makes sense, considering what we are doing right now. Do you want to lie down?
Yes.
Very much so. I'm gonna try and imagine a pillow with a 6. I can't even make a pillow happen.
No pillow.
The headache is too bad. All the memories are colliding. It's the worst.
Why was there a shrimp on my chessboard?
Why was there a shrimp on my chessboard and weird telepathic woman and me and I guess a large hobgoblin man? Where did he get the god club?
I mean, Noelle, if you're sitting on the surface watching, like, those two areas are both rippling just continuously now. Like, it looks liquid.
Are you talking to me or Foel?
Actual Noelle.
Okay.
I'm telling you that you would see that.
Okay. In the interest of not slowly chipping apart Burberry's psyche, Noelle kind of looks back over her shoulder at, further down the road back in the past where we've already passed by, and she thinks back about the memory of Burberry finding that book. And she kind of looks up at the spiral overhead and thinks, I feel like the most efficient thing to do would be to change. I don't think she's telling Burberry this, but she's thinking would be to change the source of all this, right? And she'll start heading back that way.
Sure.
Are you gonna sneak?
I will try to sneak. I can't hear you, Johnny.
Aloran as a rat can go in your.
I still didn't hear that. I think you were talking too quiet.
Is Aloran still in the memory, or has Aloran left?
I think she popped
Aloran
out.
came out.
Okay.
I was saying you put me in your pocket and then you get free pass without trace.
Oh, yes, please come here.
I will say, Foel probably will clock that you're, like, starting to move, Noelle, and is probably just like, oh, Burberry, yeah, you just close your eyes.
Oh, poor headache.
It will pass soon, I'm sure. We are in unprecedented territory. It's so strange how these things work.
Keep going.
Just thumbs up to you as you start walking away with Lauren. So yeah, give me a stealth check with advantage.
Jesus. Not great, but God for passing that trace. 24.
Yeah, probably getting away with this.
Okay, so now I would kind of back up and eventually. Did you roll a perception check?
I did, of course I did. But it's fine, it wasn't that one.
Go figure.
So Noelle's gonna kind of, once she's sort of out of the line of sight of the group, jog back a little faster and find that spot where Burberry finds the book.
Okay. You find it.
And before she goes in, Noelle's going to going to use her armor combined with her innate ability, shape-shifting, to look like just sort of a middle-aged, feminine kind of priest of the conclave.
Okay.
Maybe someone that Burberry's just offhandedly mentioned in a story they told Noelle one time, or just something, a face that's familiar but not a regular part of their life. And
yeah.
I will go into the water.
Okay. So you sink in, and you are back in that, back in the stacks, watching as Burberry continues browsing, gets close to the point where he decides to poke his head underneath the shelves and swipe that little pamphlet of the book.
Sure. And I think her moment to strike would be kind of, she'll walk into the memory, kind of down like an adjacent library aisle. And then right when Burberry pulls the book out from under that shelf, Noelle will, or I guess this priestess will kind of step up and say, she'll like snatch it out of his hand.
Ooh.
And say, "What exactly did you find here, little one?"
Sure, it looked like a small book underneath the shelf.
Oh.
I don't know if I actually got a chance to read the title yet or not.
I'm not perfect. You probably got a chance to see what it said.
It looks like it's... Wait, was this written in Celestial?
Yep.
It looks like it's written in Celestial, though.
Oh, that it is. Let me make sure this is something that someone like you should be reading. Not every book is for every priest.
I thought knowledge was supposed to be open to all.
Knowledge is open to all here, but you should know that we have to be careful with knowledge sometimes too. There are books and things that younger priests and clerics aren't ready for, and sometimes those get mixed in with things that will help you on your path forward. I just need to make sure this is one of the, one that's appropriate for your current status.
Alright, so, normally if I was in a situation where it'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna roll, I would like a deception check for that, but Burberry in this moment has no reason to doubt you, so...
Fair. A deception check? I will do my best.
Oh, no, I mean, you don't have to roll one, because he's not actually actively trying
Oh, I see.
for it. That's what I'm saying, I see he sees no reason for you to be lying to him.
I think this priestess would flip to the back, and Noelle, knowing that there's that little cliff note at the back that the person added in common. I forget what exactly you said, but it was kind of
Not reliable.
dissuading.
Yeah, it was a date that mentioned, this is when we found them, this is when we made contact, we do not recommend them for communion or conjunction, they are volatile, and da-da-da-da-da.
I think that in the interest of not being perceived as a total bitch, the priestess would probably say, "Here, look at this. Burberry. She would kneel down next to you and kind of flip to that back passage and say, always make sure to read the cliff notes in the margins. Some of these gods are dangerous.
So I shouldn't try and look at anything that's already been attempted?
No, I'm not saying don't be curious. I'm just saying be careful and be thorough. That's all.
That
How does one call their superiors in the school?
Father and mother, if they're a superior, brother and sister, if they're a peer. They keep the general addresses very, very simple.
for Noel, it says yes, mother.
You can call me mommy.
That's the tip off. Barbara's like, wait, that was you, wasn't it?
No, I'm joking. That didn't happen. Alright. I think that this priestess would just kind of flip the book closed and say, I'll make sure this gets somewhere safe. Have a good rest of your evening, Burberry.
As you walk off.
So my name.
What did she say?
Did you know my name?
Well, I was trying to play someone that you've seen around the conclave, that's all.
Well, yeah, but you know, teachers see their students, but they don't know the names of students from other classes.
I mean, maybe she's read your name in a book. I don't know.
Maybe you had a name tag. I don't
You
know.
know, there's attendance sheets, so she
No.
could have seen your name. She's
No, Pete, I died out on purpose. Because it was how did you as you started walking off, and when he's standing by himself went, no, my name, not, question mark. It's just, it was so quiet, the mic didn't read it.
Oh.
You
Well,
gotta speak up, project.
Look, I'm improvising. I don't
Well.
know the rules of the conclave. I don't know who knows whose name.
When you step out of the memory, Noel, you will find, again, that portion of the lake here is rippling. Much like the other two memories that have been modified now. And you can see it kind of spilling into some of the other memory spaces nearby. There is some distortion as you kind of look at them.
I'll switch back to myself and take the little rat out of my pocket and be like, thank you, Alara.
You're welcome.
Well, I don't know what I just did, but I hope that helped. And I will start walking back toward the group and keeping an eye on the ground beneath me to see if those ripples are sort of spreading or if it's just kind of contained in a local area. I feel like that would be the memory that would cause the biggest upset to this spiral.
I think you can see that there are certain, like, almost like lines of rippling that you can see kind of emanating out, where it's like passing over a series of connected memories. It's not hitting the entire lake, but it's definitely hitting more than those first two by a long shot. Like, there's definitely multiple memories that are being impacted by that change. And for Burberry, I think that may have been the most severe pang in your headache thus far, as it kind of comes to mind unbidden, this strange interaction you had when you found the pamphlet initially. And you're trying to make sense of, how did I get a hold of it? Because you don't remember how you got a hold of it after she took it away, but you remember contacting Koron. You know you had it with you in the observatory. You know you read it. But the moment of that initial reading, that excitement, has been overwritten now by this word of warning.
Is this affecting the opening in any way?
I mean, looking overhead, the clouds aren't changing. They're still continuing to kind of cycle as they usually do. But there's definitely rippling on the lake where you're standing.
I don't understand.
And maybe you could start attempting to mold the lake a little bit if... And maybe?
I say give it a shot, as I suddenly am back. I'll give you bardic inspiration for it.
No, well, how was your work?
I haven't.
Relaxing.
Find any interesting memories?
Nope.
Us neither. We've been sitting here.
Noelle rolls perception or insight against Noelle's deception.
Oh, we both know what's going on.
I know, but remember, she's also part of me. I shit you not, it's a natural 20.
Hell yes.
Okay, so what is it that you're trying to do now, Burberry?
For shits and giggles, I'm recreating a Lauren.
Okay, yeah. And as you reach out, you watch as some of this icy material begins to rise up out of the lake. 2 legs, joining at the hips, rising into a torso, spiraling out into arms and a head, the fins fanning out behind her, the clothes kind of rippling down. And within moments, you have conjured out of this memory glass a perfect likeness of a Lauren standing in front of you.
I'm gonna do what Noelle did and be like,
Okay. So this Lauren is about the same in appearance, but she seems slightly wetter. Like, her skin glistens more because of the... Listen, and then...
Ooh.
It's like a Lauren but wet.
Well, and also, like, the,
She's so wet.
the fabric on her clothes is, like on a scale of... On scantily clad scale, like, this Alord is slightly more scantily clad than you are. Like, if you took about a 1/4 to a 1/2 inch off of all edges of your attire, that's what you get.
I feel like she's gonna look at Adler like, damn, I look fucking good, don't I?
It's not bad. Good likeness, Burberry.
I feel like Alord would smack her own ass. Be like,
Both of you.
The ass
That's
just-
the funny thing. You both just trade an ass smack. Like, you both reach across past each other.
yeah, we both just smack each other
Perfectly
asses.
symmetrical ass smacking.
I see, yeah. And then we're both like, come here, Adler.
Adler's just getting a harem at this point.
Oh.
Adler is
a few
gonna-
more times, Burberry.
Adler's gonna kind of look at her and be like, so is that actually like faux Lauren, or is it just like a statue? To which Fowell will kind of step up and kind of squint at the face. And the figure's standing fairly still at this point still. But Fowell's like, I mean, it looks like her, but I don't think she's quite here yet. I suppose it's a bit of a long way from Burr. And after
a couple more moments, you watch as the face suddenly animates and blinks rapidly.
Oh, Lauren's so ready. She's like, I get to meet him.
I'm ready for Pleb to play Lauren.
I am so excited.
And she looks around and she's like, "Oh, hey, everyone's here. Okay, all right, let's go."
And look, Adler's there too.
Hey, you.
Welcome to the Memory River.
She's giving him some big fuck me eyes.
Lauren's totally gonna join in with that. She's like, oh, okay.
Nope, I'm going up.
Barnaby, you fucking whatever. How did you get him? Oh wait, no, that's real Barnaby. Okay. Well, hey, yeah, what are we doing? I guess you called for a reason.
Figure that out.
So you don't know, but you called me.
Well, the fact that Burberry was able to call you is pretty astounding, honestly. It seemed like you were pretty far away.
That's cool. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I wasn't super busy. I guess. Just you know.
I would mean someone. I mean something.
Hang on. She's gonna reach down into the water, and be like, "Burberry, could you like give me a drink or something?" I can't reach anything around here. It's super dry.
Your hand is literally in water.
Where are we? Oh my god, I know I can count on you. Give me that bitch. And she takes it. Pops the cork. Cheers, throws one back, passes the bottle back.
I will be tremendously curious if there's actually less in that bottle when we get back to the real world.
Yeah, she looks around. She's like, "Oh, are we at the conclave right now?" Burberry, I love you, but this is not the most fun spot, truth be told. You know that, right?
Yeah, no, there's a after class, like, nighttime party, like, 2 minutes that way.
I did not know that. I will have to check that out later. So.
It's just a bunch of people playing board games and trying to figure out how to dance.
Yeah. Some indeterminate time in the future here, you just hear this girl like, "Oh my god." But right now, she's like, "All right, well, what are we doing again?" Because I'm not sure I'm tracking.
Boy, we've spent the last 4 hours trying to figure that question out.
Adler, do you wanna?
We are
should point at it.
currently trying to see if we can find a way to give Burberry more control over this. Okay, I'll wait till you're done with that.
Sorry, I'm listening, I swear.
I made this nicest way because you're both amazing people, but if you're going to be doing that, do not do it in my memory stream.
We can head back to Burr. Burr would be down. I guarantee it.
Adler, do you want to see Burr before the end of this? Okay, before we close it, Burberry, you have to let me go up to Burr. I have to go see Burr on his little plane.
Sure! Roll insight.
20. I have a +9.
I know.
17.
I was so proud of myself too. Well, he beat one of Lauren. It's an 18.
Real Lauren knows you're fucking lying. And she's like,
Fake Lauren's like, yes!
no.
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 Burberry, come on!
You're the one that suggested it the first time around.
Yeah, but we were up there then.
Yeah, but I'm not in a memory. It's not like you're gonna, like... It's not like I'm gonna go dive in and be like, hey, Burberry, I'm gonna fuck Adlar in front of you in a memory.
Although that could be hot.
That would be very
in the right
confusing.
memory.
Is there a way to close all the memory doors?
Oh, there's probably a memory.
We could go to Feral.
Oh, could go to Feral.
Oh no.
It would be completely fine if we just like skittered off somewhere in
And then
Feral,
you accidentally walk
out of view.
I mean, if you get too far from Burberry, the memories kind of break apart.
Oh shit.
Not like
okay.
you can go to a restaurant he wasn't at.
Well, and also, Lauren, the idea is putting me back together. If we manage to do it, Burr won't exist.
That makes me want to see Burr even more.
I'm not a tourist attraction.
You're a lot of fun though.
Half the time. Half the time, I'm amazing.
I like that.
I don't want to like sneak into a bunch of our memories and just like invent a new word and just put it in like a bunch of different memories.
Is that what John's been doing?
Make sure that Burberry's swag era never ends.
He never stops saying swag.
What is the other plan?
He just keeps meeting people that are like, dude, that's so swag.
Yo, I'm gonna have to figure out how to play Burberry again. I just managed to figure it out. Y'all gonna fuck my
Well,
memories
pro
up.
tip, he says swag a lot.
Oh no. God,
Fowell is gonna raise a hand and be like, okay, before we get too far off track, here's what I'm thinking. Maybe we try and move the lake, right? Can the lake be moved? Because if we could like cut that all off, that would be ideal, right?
That's a good idea. Yeah, I can try that. I can try that. Right after I find my husband.
Guys, I'll toss you just for the flavor of it. I'll give you a healing word. I don't know if that's gonna help, but whatever.
Thank you.
And Foel, why don't you also give Burberry Bardic Inspiration?
I actually still have the previous one you gave me. Can that stack?
I don't know.
No, you can't stack Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
It's two
So,
different Noels.
I would
It's
like
the same mechanic, though.
I would like to try and move all of the parts of the lake away from the beam.
Away from the
I
beam?
thought we were supposed to move it closer to the beam.
Oh, you want to be closer? Okay.
Well, we're supposed to like cover it, right? We're trying to find a way to control it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay. I'm just sort of realizing now. So is the idea here that we create these variant memories and then like you can use your well, no, because you don't remember both versions of the memory. I don't know. I was trying to figure. I was thinking maybe like if you remembered it one way, then the well would be open, and if you remembered it a different way, then the well would be closed. I don't know, but go ahead and try. We'll see.
That'd be cool.
It would.
Okay.
I'm trying to make
quick
some sense out of this.
Quick question. If I put my memories in the beam of light, will they cease to exist?
I don't think so. I think they're made of it.
Okay.
They come from up there, and she points up to the clouds. She says, I assume it's using some of this to make everything.
Okay, that is a 24
Oh, shit.
to
Okay.
do as I was requested. Preferably the bits we're not standing on.
Sure. I mean, you reach out and try to connect with these memories, and with the 24, that's good. You definitely feel the entire ground like just lurch under all of your feet. And you can tell just by watching some of the overhanging memory path, some of the path behind you, you can see the lake is slowly kind of drifting towards the light. The rippling segments of the lake around the edge actually begin to stretch and kind of distort, like as though they're reaching further. And Foel looks genuinely excited at that. It's like, oh my god, it worked.
Okay.
So what do we? What did we do?
It can be moved. So in theory, it could maybe be used to divert some of this energy away from the lights, from the funnel, the hole, the oculus, the locus.
Okay.
I like that idea about being able to change it, though. That seems really useful, actually.
Well, Burberry doesn't remember the versions that get changed. He remembers it only in the way that... I mean, just going off of what Aloran, I assume, described, the memory that she went into that had a ripple, that had been rippled, had two kind of fighting versions of itself. That would tell me that Burberry could theoretically remember either.
Aloran went into a memory? When?
I don't feel like I should answer that question.
You'll never figure it out.
Well, which one was it? Tell me, which one was it?
That she'll tell it to Full.
She'll tell the real Noelle.
Oh, I already know. I had Rat Aloran with me. She
Right.
was telling me stuff. I assume.
Okay. Well, maybe because that one wasn't one that had been changed, but it was next to one that had been changed?
Right. Burb. How do we ask this without revealing anything, though?
I'm focusing very hard on continuing to make the lake thingies move. That's what I'm gonna do at the time.
It is a Herculean effort, Burberry. You're definitely feeling less resistance from the portions that have begun to shift from alteration than the others.
Wiggly bits.
Yeah, those are definitely more malleable.
It's
More pliable.
Like we went from snow to slush.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be focusing my efforts on this. So you can talk to me whenever you need to. But if you want to do things like sneak off or talk behind my back, this is your opportunity. I'm busy.
Burberry is focused.
I mean, the only other memory that we could fuck with that would actually have a big ripple effect would it be the one where he meets Koron for the first time.
That sounds like a big one. I won't lie. It's a little scary to think about going in there and actually exposing yourself to him.
If these aren't Koron's memories, then it doesn't affect Koron directly, right?
No, but they are Burberry's memory of Koron, which is still a lot. I don't think we have any way of knowing what he could do in that space, which is my fear. Well, I do feel a little bit that, well, another Aloran is here. We sort of have half the group together.
I think we should just go kill Koron.
That would certainly be simpler.
The big one or the one down here?
The one down there is in space. I'm pretty sure she means the big one. That idea terrifies me. Did you see how tall that thing was?
Yeah, but I don't understand this puzzle.
I feel like we're getting there. Give it another 4 hours.
Are we?
I feel like the memory thing is the most logical thing, but I also don't know if it's consistent with how Plut's been describing things.
18 to keep moving the floor.
Okay. It's starting to slow down. You're pushing. I think you're seeing much more success stretching out the rippling portions than you are with like the mass of the lake.
How far away is the portion from the beam?
The closest portion is probably about 10 feet at this point, you would guess. You could probably walk out and touch it if you wanted to like lean out and try.
Alright, fuck it. Boel, do whatever it takes to keep Burberry distracted. And Noelle will kind of gesture over to Barnaby and John and Adlar and kind of give them like a, let's go. And she'll look at Aloran and Aloran. Let's go see what we can do in the past.
You want me to put a shrimp in each one?
Wait, are you sure we're not going to break Burberry doing this?
Hopefully we're going to put him back together.
Well, you guys, I don't think you guys can roll the stealth, but with the thingy, it's less than 10. Yeah, I got a 5 on my perception roll, so it's like
You guys are slinking
I don't
away.
think we can fail.
I don't know. I'm after what happened with the one, like, I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna break Burberry or put them back together, and I feel like leaning towards breaking Burberry.
DM, how much does a shrimp add to the ripple?
How many shrimp do we need to break?
A shrimp
If you
force.
think about it,
If you
it's
threw a
harmless.
shrimp into a pond, it would be that much of a ripple.
Alright, so what if I threw a barrel full of shrimp?
Should me and Adlar just fucking all the memories? That do it? Just,
No.
like in a corner or somewhere?
No.
Part of me can't. Part of me all
No.
Burberry can't see it. No, fuck it. Let's do it.
Wait, here's
No.
Alright, let me just out of character. I'm trying to explain what I'm trying to accomplish here. Aloran wants a fight. This seems like a plausible way to make that happen next session. We need to be altering memories. It feels like for the puzzle to work. And Kat's not going to be here for 2 weeks, so having something to go do on our own would maybe let us have a session in that time.
So Lauren's just gonna go into every memory with Adlar and the other Lauren, and they're gonna go find a bathroom close by, lock themselves in.
The next session is just going to be Plet describing Aloran and Adlar fucking for 4 hours in various locations, in various positions.
At the same time, the party will be having a boss battle.
Yes.
Wait, where's this boss battle coming from?
I don't know, but apparently that's what's happening.
I don't know. I'm trying to conjure some direction, and that's the best thing I can think of in this moment.
I'm sorry.
Gonna be haunted.
Well, where are you trying to lead the party, Noelle?
To the memory of Burberry meeting Koron.
Okay.
Like,
We're gonna try and fuck with that.
big tall Koron, or?
The
The
observatory.
original
Koron.
observatory memory.
Okay.
I don't know what that's gonna do. I don't know how we're gonna fuck with it yet. But I think that's the best we can do in this circumstance. And it gets everybody involved in something.
Alright.
I think we should go hunt down John and Barnaby, the other minute of us, and like go
It would be interesting to beat the other John.
get them, and then go find big beefy Koron by the pool of light. Have double party members fuck him up.
Just don't think it's gonna go well.
I want to see what Burberry's version of John is.
I hope we will.
Possible.
Plet, do you want to stay on after this for any questions that you might need the answers to before I leave?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
It sounds as though there's a debate, though, and I don't know if we have a decision.
How about this?
So,
Wait. How about this? We will I mean, okay, if Aloran is literally like, I'm not going to do that because we're going to break Burberry, fair. I would try to convince her at the very least that we should try. If it seems like it's not going to work, or it seems like we're going to fuck something horrible up, then maybe we can do the straight up boss battle. I don't have a ton of confidence that that's going to go well.
I don't have confidence anything that we're doing is going to go well. Like, I'm so terrified we're just going to break Burberry right now, going into his memories and fucking with
Can I
stuff.
offer a thing?
Sure.
So Burberry's been trying to get this thing closer. We could just wait long enough, because it's going to take, like, maybe 2 or 3 more rolls to be able to touch the thing. We could
Touch the light beam?
Yeah, with the memory. We could see what that does.
Sure.
That could be a good way to indicate that we're moving in the right direction or not.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Touch the stream. Yeah, Burberry, go ahead and give me another roll then.
Do I have Bardic Inspo on this one?
Well, Fowell can be giving you Bardic Inspiration.
You can do it, Burberry. I believe in you.
15.
Come on.
You do have to beat the DC, Burberry.
You are straining, I'll say at this point. You are struggling to get as much of this memory stuff out. It's like you are stretching the rippling crystal thin.
All right.
But
So I got nervous, and I didn't believe myself for 2 minutes, but Fowell going, you can do it, gets a 29 because I rolled a natural 20 again.
okay. You are able to sharpen a prong of this lake into a fine point that is just, it is stretching out as far as it can possibly go. And from where you're standing, you can see it actually make contact with the light. And what you see is a very minuscule scattering, I suppose is the best way to put it. It's almost like putting your finger over a fire hose or a watering hose, right? That kind of effect where it's sort of a very slight increase in pressure and a kind of a scattering of the contents of the stream. You watch as smaller beams of light kind of fracture off of the larger one and kind of shoot off in random directions as that prong pokes into the larger light beam. And it just stays there, immobile and seemingly unaffected.
If we're gonna make an lasting impression, yeah, I'm gonna go with I need more material. Which I have very severe regrets about saying. But on the upside, if I come back after not knowing which memories you messed with,
That's very
I'm gonna need a
flavorful.
recap.
Very flavorful.
No, you guys will get to tell me what happened in my past later.
Just a lot of swag.
No.
You guys are going to spend all next session just backtracking through Burberry's memories and
The best word.
sprinkling swag into his vocabulary somehow.
Swag.
Super swag, dude. Oh my god, that robe is so swag.
You're so swag.
Oh no.
Burberry, that's the swaggest shit I've ever seen.
Okay, all right. Just promise me. Just promise me. If you do decide to add a word to Burberry's vocabulary, please pick something other than swag because I have nothing of that in my real life.
I don't think we're gonna actually. Well, our goal is to fuck with Burberry as little as possible.
Oh, I know. I'm Joe. I'm just saying. If you're gonna
It
do
is
that, please pick a different word.
fair.
We'll try to think of something better. Well, I don't know what happened this session, but
There's a lot of exploration, a lot of experimentation, which I appreciate. Do we have an MVP vote for today?
I don't know if anyone did anything.